Chapter 618. At the bottom of the blood river, a blood-red light shone brightly like the sun. This was no longer the blood essence demonic tree, but a squarish blood-red crystal. The thick blood energy coming from it was no weaker than the blood essence demonic tree from before. Ling Xiao quickly descended to the bottom of the dried-up red river. Looking at the small crystal mine, his eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. So many top-grade blood crystals. Ling Xiao gulped as he muttered. He casually grabbed a piece and immediately shattered it into pieces. Then, he took a deep breath, and a stream of pure blood energy quickly rushed into his blood vessels. The powerful blood energy made his blood surge, and an endless stream of life energy rushed into his limbs and internal organs. It was as if this top-grade blood crystal had improved the toughness of his blood and bones. What a pure blood crystal! It's just right for me to improve my ancient emperor divine technique. Ling Xiao licked his lips. Ling Xiao had long since reached the fourth transformation of the ancient emperor divine technique, the bone refining realm. However, he had yet to step into the fifth transformation. In order to cultivate this transformation, he needed a large amount of blood replenishing high-grade spirit herbs or pills. Ling Xiao originally wanted to put the ancient emperor's divine arts aside for a while. After all, what he was currently cultivating was not the complete version of the ancient emperor's divine arts, but this small crystal-like top-grade blood crystal in front of him just happened to replace those blood-replenishing high-level spirit grass or pills. These top-grade blood crystals were much better choices than spirit herbs or elixirs. After all, these top-grade blood crystals were condensed from the blood essence of an Earth Monarch realm powerhouse, and they had been nourished by the demonic blood essence tree for 100,000 years. Every single top-grade blood crystal was priceless, and it could instantly restore the vitality of anyone who had lost too much blood. Moreover, it was a rare material for refining high-grade healing pills. It really is young Master Ping Yi. Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. He immediately began to collect all the top-grade blood crystals at the bottom of the river into his cauldron. Even if he couldn't finish using these top-grade blood crystals, he could auction them off for a high-grade mysterious crystal vein. However, if Ling Xiao wanted to establish his own force, he would need to accumulate resources, so it was better to keep these rare things for himself. When a corner of Ling Xiao's cauldron was filled with a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good people really do get what they deserve. If I hadn't burned these bones to ashes and sent them back to the ground, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found these good things. He paused for a moment, then looked into the distance and muttered, I just don't know who won, the blood essence demon tree or Lu Wang. The blood essence demon tree hasn't finished gathering its spirit, so it probably won't be a match for Lu Wang. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Back then, he had borrowed his knowledge seed to help Lu Wang recover. He didn't know how much it had recovered, but after all these years, it should have recovered quite a bit. Moreover, he only had a mutually beneficial relationship with it, so it didn't matter if it wasn't by his side. In any case, he still had some 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree fruit. These were all good things that Ling Xiao had traded for before, and they could be used to save his life at a critical moment. After Ling Xiao collected most of the top-grade blood crystals, he gathered the remaining ones beside him and sat cross-legged in the middle of them. Ling Xiao began to concentrate and silently circulated the ancient emperor's divine art. His meridians, which were like waves of gold, began to circulate, and the five-colored spirit energy in his dantian began to overflow. After an hour of meditation, Ling Xiao's aura gradually increased. His skin, flesh, meridians, organs, and bones all emitted a golden light. The ancient emperor's divine art, skin refining, meridian refining, viscera refining, bone refining, and blood refining. Every time it advanced, its defense would become a bit more abnormal, and it also had the ability to quickly repair the body's muscles. It could be called a godly cultivation method. Now, Ling Xiao had finally cultivated it to the last transformation, blood refining. After this transformation was completed, the blood energy in his body would be equivalent to replacing the original ordinary blood, becoming a supreme bloodline. Not only would it be of great benefit to him, but it would also be of great benefit to his descendants. Therefore, no matter what method Ling Xiao used, he would definitely cultivate blood refining to the realm of completion. After Ling Xiao adjusted everything, the aura around him trembled slightly. Many of the top-grade blood crystals around him immediately exploded, and a thick blood energy began to overflow. Whoosh! Ling Xiao opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely, and the blood energy quickly entered his mouth. The powerful blood energy fused into Ling Xiao's blood vessels, and the golden blood began to assimilate the blood energy. A large amount of blood essence constantly rushed into Ling Xiao's blood vessels. The boiling heat emitted a terrifying temperature, and the blood vessels swelled to the point that they were about to explode. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's meridians and blood vessels had already been strengthened, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying blood energy. Even so, Ling Xiao's face revealed a painful expression, and beads of sweat continuously flowed down his face. Ling Xiao quickly circulated the ancient emperor's divine art, and the golden blood accelerated the speed at which it assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels in his blood vessels roared non-stop, and it constantly swallowed and assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels continuously became richer and brighter. The densely packed blood vessels transported the golden blood to all the muscles in Ling Xiao's body. His skin, flesh, meridians, internal organs, and bones all received a significant increase, and their color became even more golden. An endless stream of vitality filled Ling Xiao's body, and at this moment, his body had accumulated a large amount of blood essence. Ling Xiao felt that even if he lost more than half of his blood, it would be replenished in a short while. He didn't have to worry about losing too much blood. Moreover, the blood essence had completely improved his body's muscles, and greatly increased his lifespan. With his current earthly sovereign cultivation, he could live for at least 500 to 800 years, but with his current situation, even if he didn't cultivate, he could still live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao meditated at the bottom of the dried-up blood river for 3 days and 3 nights, and the small pile of top-grade blood crystals around him was almost completely absorbed by him. Now, Ling Xiao's body was flashing with a rich blood energy, and all the skin and flesh on his body had turned golden red. Even his jet-black hair seemed to have turned golden. Behind him, a seemingly solid golden dragon constantly floated up, and this golden dragon seemed to be even more vivid and extraordinary than before. When Ling Xiao shattered the last top-grade blood crystal and absorbed all the blood energy, he couldn't help but jump up from where he was. Roar! A dragon's roar came out of Ling Xiao's mouth, and the powerful sound waves formed a terrible storm, blowing the air around him, and many of the rocks under him exploded. The dragon's roar echoed endlessly in this wide open space, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Behind Ling Xiao, a golden dragon roared into the sky, and the dragon's body changed from the original 6 claws to 7 claws, and the dragon's battle chi also increased. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, and converged the essence chi that appeared on his skin and flesh. His whole body became a bit more dignified than before, and he looked more heroic. What a surging vitality, I can feel my blood boiling all the time. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said excitedly to himself. He could feel that after his ancient emperor mystic technique absorbed so many top-grade blood crystals, the golden blood in his body became even thicker and more viscous. His blood seemed to be several times thicker than an ordinary person's, and the energy it contained was comparable to a 4th or 5th grade healing pill. It's a pity that I've already reached a saturation state. It seems that I've only stepped into the initial stage of the 5th transformation. If I want to advance further, I don't know how long it will take. Ling Xiao sighed. After absorbing a large amount of top-grade blood crystals in the past few days, his blood had been filled and improved. However, it had only allowed him to reach the initial stage, and he was still far from the great city realm. However, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. After all, these top-grade blood crystals had allowed him to shorten the time he needed to find high-level spirit herbs that could replenish blood and cultivate. Ling Xiao took out the ice and fire sword, and then did something shocking. He actually heavily slashed at his other arm. Ding dang! The ice and fire sword slashed at his sturdy arm, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Ling Xiao stared blankly at his intact arm, and laughed out loud, good, good. After this improvement and upgrade, my body has also improved by a lot. Now, even a high-level spirit weapon would find it difficult to injure me. As of now, Ling Xiao's physical body was probably as tough as a 7th-grade spirit beast's defenses. Even the 7th-grade ice and fire swords couldn't cut through it. It must be known that he had used all his strength just now. If it was a few days ago, if he had been slashed by a high-level spirit weapon, although he wouldn't have been cut in half, he would definitely have been injured. In just a few days, his physical defense had increased by so much, so Ling Xiao was naturally very satisfied. Following that, Ling Xiao dispelled the power in his arm, and then used the ice and fire sword to fiercely slash at his arm. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably think that this guy was a masochist. He actually stabbed his own subordinates twice. This was too abnormal. Hiss. A ferocious wound that reached the bone split open on Ling Xiao's arm, and golden blood gushed out. Ling Xiao could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. It had to be known that he did not use any energy at all just now, so no matter who it was that was cut by the sword, it would be extremely painful. Let me see how fast my recovery is. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, and immediately started to circulate the ancient emperor's divine technique crazily. The powerful essence qi and spirit energy quickly surged, and the wound also healed at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Ling Xiao looked at his arm that had become as smooth as jade and could not help but exclaim, "It's done so quickly?" Ling Xiao was shocked by such a fast recovery speed, and his face was filled with joy. The ancient emperor's divine technique is indeed abnormal. Now that my defense and recovery ability have increased greatly, I believe that the dragon-shaped battle intent will also increase by quite a bit. Ling Xiao muttered as he smacked his lips. Then, he cast his gaze into the distance. It's time to find the Emperor Pellet. Swoosh. His figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 619. In the depths of the chaotic abyss of war, many mountains pierced through the clouds like sharp blades. Not a single blade of grass grew on many of these mountains, and there were even scars of war that could not be erased even after countless years. In this vast land of war, a bleak wind blew continuously. There was not a single trace of life or vitality. Occasionally, a few incomplete skeletons and broken weapons could be seen. In this vast land, a vigorous figure was walking in the air among the rubble. He looked very confident and agile. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who was traveling alone. I've already flown for 5 days, but I haven't even seen a shadow. Where am I supposed to find an emperor pill? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he flew for 5 days. Other than a desolate landscape, he did not encounter anything. He did not even see a single insect. He also did not see any Earth Emperor sects that had entered the chaotic abyss of war. This made him feel like he was about to die from boredom. What is that? Ling Xiao saw a silver flash and immediately paid attention to it. Ever since he accidentally obtained a top-grade blood crystal a few days ago, Ling Xiao paid special attention to every place in this place. He had the thought that he had gotten lucky again and hoped to obtain some benefits. He landed where the silver light was and discovered that it was actually a broken weapon. Ling Xiao picked it up from the ground with one hand. It was a broken silver saber, and the thing that was shining was a silver bead embedded in the hilt of the saber. Ling Xiao did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations when he grabbed the saber, and the beast core embedded inside had already lost its luster. It was obvious that it had already lost its energy. Looks like it can't be any more useless. Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to throw the saber away, he felt that the silver bead seemed to be emitting a slight warmth. It coldly pierced into Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment, then looked at the bead that didn't look very special. Could it be that this isn't an ordinary item? He hesitated for a moment before deciding to dig out the silver bead. Holding the bead in his hand, he felt nothing special. What kind of bead is this? It actually has some energy? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the bead in his hand. Ling Xiao played with it a few times but did not find anything special. He wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he threw it into his space ring. However, the place where Ling Xiao threw it happened to be where the ice and fire swords were. Ling Xiao did not notice that the moment the pearl came into contact with the ice and fire sword, strands of icy cold chi leaked out from the pearl. The ice and fire sword trembled slightly, and a connection was actually formed between the two. The ice attribute on the other side of the ice-water sword also emitted a cold aura, which connected with the cold aura of the bead. Gradually, all of the cold aura from the bead was transferred into the ice and fire sword. The bead also became dim and no longer emitted any energy. The ice and fire sword gradually let out a buzzing sound. It actually stood upright on its own and emitted a ball of light. It looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the ice and fire sword had already become one. When the ice and fire sword let out a soft sound, he immediately sensed it. What's going on? Ling Xiao immediately looked at the ice and fire sword in his space ring. When he saw that the ice and fire sword had actually stood upright on its own, he was extremely surprised. Immediately after, he summoned the ice and fire sword. Holding the ice and fire sword in his hand, he felt a different kind of energy being emitted. Ling Xiao channeled his spiritual energy into the ice and fire sword. Roar! The huge figure of the nine-headed dragon snake instantly roared above the ice and fire sword, and the ice and fire sword also emitted an even more dazzling light. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. This ice and fire sword seems to have advanced. He could sense that the ice and fire sword was already very different from before. Its energy was much stronger than before, and it was obvious that it had already reached the middle stage of the seventh step. Ling Xiao took out the bead and realized that it had already turned into an ordinary stone. Could it be because of this bead? Ling Xiao thought inexplicably. Normally, if a weapon wanted to advance, it would have to be melted down and recast before it could advance. However, after reaching the level of a spirit weapon, one could also use some rare materials to warm the spirit weapon. After a long period of accumulation, one could also advance. However, this was a very time-consuming task, and very few martial warriors would do this. But now, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword had advanced for no reason, which confused Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand what was so special about that ordinary bead that could allow the ice and fire sword to advance by a level. Actually, this was mainly because Ling Xiao lacked knowledge about artifact forging, which was why he couldn't understand. If Tang Guoguo was here, he would definitely discover that the bead was the artifact spirit energy of the damaged broadsword. Any weapon that reached the level of a spirit artifact would produce an artifact spirit. However, this artifact spirit could not be manifested, and instead existed within the weapon. Only when a spirit artifact had an artifact spirit could a martial artist and a spirit artifact create a state of unity. Some martial warriors who were the wielder of their own weapons would often use their own blood essence to feed their weapons, allowing them to reach the state of unity with their weapons, and also allowing their spirit artifacts to advance. Although the artifact spirit of the broadsword had been obliterated by countless years, it still existed. It was enough to show that it should have been a very rare high-grade spirit artifact back then, and its artifact spirit's intelligence was already quite high. Therefore, when it came into contact with the ice attribute of the ice and fire sword, which belonged to the same origin, it resonated with the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword, and was absorbed and assimilated by the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword. The stronger the artifact spirit, the higher the grade of the ice and fire sword. This was also what Ling Xiao could not understand. Ling Xiao did not dwell on the matter of the ice and fire sword. After speeding up his flight for 2 days, he finally encountered something. It was the same kind of existence as the vengeful spirits he had seen in Goose City. At the same time, there were a few corpses of the earthly emperor that had participated in the imperial board competition. The number of these vengeful spirits was not as large as the ones he had seen in Goose City, but they had already condensed into form. It was likely that they were at least at the Sky Sovereign stage before they died. An ordinary person would have been so scared that they would immediately turn around and run when they saw these vengeful spirits, but Ling Xiao revealed a smile. "I've finally encountered something, otherwise I would have been bored to death." If it was before, when Ling Xiao saw such a high-level vengeful spirit, he would have immediately fled without saying a word. However, with his current strength, these vengeful spirits were not enough to deal with. A few moves that contained heavenly fire scared these vengeful spirits to the point that they fled as far as they could. After all, heavenly fire was the nemesis of these evil beings. Ling Xiao bent down to check the bodies of these earthly emperors to see if there were any good things left behind. However, he was disappointed. These earthly emperors seemed to have been plundered by others. The spatial rings on their hands had long since disappeared, and there were even one or two of them who were naked. It was likely that even their defensive armor had been taken off by others. Ling Xiao was depressed. After being busy for a while, he actually did not obtain any benefits. Ling Xiao could only nod his head and continue on his way. If he wanted to find an emperor pill, he could only find it in the place where an emperor stage powerhouse had fallen. A battle of this level would probably be earth-shattering, and the destructive power would definitely be the most terrifying. Therefore, after Ling Xiao flew into the air and observed the terrain for a while, he flew towards some of the places that had suffered the most damage. As Ling Xiao gradually went deeper, he finally sensed the aura of a battle. This time, he knew that he had found the right place. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao quietly arrived, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao could vaguely hear one of them say, "The Emperor Pill is in our hands, let's go." So. Several figures soared into the sky, and behind them were dozens of vengeful spirits chasing after them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao muttered, "This won't do, I have to speed up, otherwise the title of First Emperor will be taken by someone else." Ling Xiao became serious and began to use his spirit energy to spread out in all directions. He knew that the more resentful spirits there were, the higher the chances of an Emperor Pill existing. Found it, there's a lot of soul power over there. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he quickly flew in a certain direction. Sure enough, not long after, he arrived at a place where the resentful spirits resided. There were many skeletons near them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of battle scars. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. The condensation of these vengeful spirits was very dense, at least reaching the strength of a low-level Empyrean. They were all dressed in simple and unadorned battle robes, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, looking fierce and fiendish. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that these vengeful spirits seemed to be divided into two factions. The two types of battle robes were different, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be fighting against each other. The two groups of vengeful spirits were constantly tearing at each other, and waves of whistling sounds of battle could be heard in the surroundings. Ling Xiao originally wanted to kill his way out, but when he saw this, he stopped. At the same time, he sensed more than 10 powerful auras around him. Presumably, there were also people who came here to search for the Emperor Pill like him. Ling Xiao had already hidden his aura a long time ago. He could sense that the dozen or so auras in the chaotic rocks were only a few hundred meters away from him. As for his competitors, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The key was to see if there were any Emperor Pills in the vicinity. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and sense two different types of energy, which were completely different from the auras of humans. Finally, Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the two groups of vengeful spirits. Each group was guarded by two mid-level Empyrean-level vengeful spirits, and behind them were two round beads. These beads were about the size of 2 thumbs, and each emitted a reddish-brown color. It seemed like they contained a lot of energy. Ling Xiao licked his lips. He knew that these 2 beads were definitely the existence of the Emperor Pills. Just as he sensed the existence of the Emperor Pills, he sensed an aura slowly sweeping towards the location of the Emperor Pills from behind the rocks. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the battle between the two groups of vengeful spirits to snatch the Emperor Pills. These 2 Emperor Pills are not easy to snatch. Ling Xiao muttered with a faint smile. Each of them was guarded by 2 mid-level Empyrean vengeful spirits. Without some special means, it would not be easy to obtain the Emperor Pills. Chapter 620. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a few other earthly sovereigns who were eyeing the 2 Emperor Pills. They were a team of 14 people, led by Immerse, who was the strongest and had the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. The rest of the team consisted of 5 peak earthly sovereigns and 8 high-level earthly sovereigns. Their strength was considered below average among the dozens of teams, and they were far inferior to the teams of dozens of people. Immerse led 6 of them towards one of the imperial elixirs while the other 7 headed towards the other. They all wanted to take the 2 emperor pills for themselves. Immerse was already in his 60s, but he looked like a middle-aged man. There was a hideous scar on his face, which made him look very frightening. He transmitted his voice to the people behind him. Once we get close to the resentful souls, immediately summon your spirit beasts to deal with the 2 resentful souls. They can harm our knowledge, but they have no effect on our spirit beasts, so don't worry about them. Once you get the pills, immediately retreat. We can't let the other resentful souls surround us. The people behind him nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. However, when they were 50 meters away from the Emperor Pill, the 2 mid-level heavenly venerate resentful souls immediately sensed their presence. Immerse's eyes twitched, and he shouted, "They found us, quickly summon your spirit beasts." At this moment, the 2 heavenly venerate resentful souls charged towards them. Although they were resentful souls, their strength was not inferior to that of a low-level heavenly venerate. The earthly sovereigns behind Immerse summoned their spirit beasts together, and the battle was about to begin. At the same time, Immerse flashed to the side, condensed a giant palm in his hand, and grabbed at the Emperor Pill. Immerse knew that these resentful souls did not have a mind of their own. They only existed because of their stubborn thoughts, so he felt that obtaining the Emperor Pill would not be a problem. Who knew that just as his giant palm was about to grab the Emperor Pill would actually fly up on its own. Not only that, but the other Emperor Pill also flew up, and the 2 Emperor Pills actually stopped in the middle of the battle between the 2 groups of resentful souls. What's going on? Immerse could not wrap his head around what was happening. He had obtained a few Emperor Pills before, but this was the first time he saw them fly away on their own. Ah! A few screams brought Moza back to his senses. He realized that the 2 groups of resentful spirits were already charging towards his men. Damn it, let's go. I don't want these 2 Emperor Pills anymore. Moza immediately shouted and quickly left the place. His allies also retreated at the same time, because facing so many vengeful spirits, it was impossible for them to deal with them one by one. At that time, before they could obtain the Emperor Pill, they would all die. After Moza and the others left, the 2 groups of wraiths fought again as if they did not know exhaustion. At this moment, the 2 Emperor Pills in the center of the vengeful souls once again flew up by themselves. Swoosh! The 2 Monarch Pills flew in the same direction like the wind. Those powerful vengeful spirits seemed to be determined to protect the 2 Emperor Elixirs. They actually chased after the 2 Emperor Elixirs in a frenzy. Just as they were about to catch up, a blue flame blasted towards them. Woo-woo! The blue flame stopped them in their tracks, causing them to cry out in alarm. A figure grabbed the 2 Emperor Pills in his hand and quickly flew into the distance. Those vengeful spirits kept howling. Obviously, the loss of the Emperor Pills had caused them to go crazy. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao who had obtained the 2 Emperor Pills? Ling Xiao flew for a long time and only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the vengeful spirits did not chase after him. I got them so easily. How effortless. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the Emperor Pills in his hand with satisfaction. The reason why he had obtained the Emperor Pills so easily was naturally because he had used his mental strength to bring them over. Otherwise, he would have been discovered if he had used his elemental manifestation to grab the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao did not want to expose his identity, nor did he want to waste his energy on those vengeful spirits. Hence, he chose this simple and effective method. Is this an Emperor Pill? The energy contained in it actually did not dissipate. As expected of an Emperor-rank powerhouse who passed away in meditation. Ling Xiao muttered as he felt the explosive energy from the Emperor Pills. Although Emperor Pills were good stuff, they were useless to ordinary people. Only when they fell into the hands of a high-grade alchemist would they be of use. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao was already a 6th-grade alchemist. As long as he advanced one more grade, he would be able to make use of these Emperor Pills. Hence, he already planned to keep the Emperor Pills for himself. He would not bring them to those major forces to exchange. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find Emperor Pills in the future. After Ling Xiao made up his mind, he immediately set off for the next place. He searched for 2 places with more vengeful spirits for 2 days in a row. But he did not find any traces of the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao could not help feeling somewhat vexed. After all, after so many Imperial Roll contests, many Emperor Pills had already been taken by others. Damn it, what kind of shitty place is this? I've been searching for 2 days, and I haven't even found a single strand of hair. How can I live like this? Ling Xiao cried out in distress. He gritted his teeth and flew towards the place where the feeling was the strongest. Ling Xiao arrived at a rocky area. This place was similarly desolate, but the cold wind was much stronger than the previous places. There was a huge crack that seemed to have been slashed open by a peerless expert, and waves of powerful soul energy were emanating from it. It was obvious that a large number of vengeful spirits had gathered in this huge crack. There were already 3 groups of people eyeing them covetously at the edge of the huge rift. None of the 18 major forces were participating in these 3 groups. However, their strength was not weak. Each group actually had around 20 people. And Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that one of the groups was someone he was familiar with. The person leading the group was Tuoba Yuan. There were more than 20 people behind him, and it was obvious that they were the helpers he had recruited. Gu Jiaojiao and Gu Mingzhu were also among them. Ling Xiao saw that many of the 3 groups were injured. It was likely that they had been attacked by vengeful spirits while searching for the Emperor Pills. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 groups. However, they only paid attention to him for a moment before their gazes fell on the huge crack again. Their eyes were filled with greed. It was obvious that there were many Emperor Pills under the huge crack. However, Ling Xiao knew that in front of these temptations, there would definitely be a huge danger. Ling Xiao ignored the crowd and quietly went to the other side of the huge crack. He lowered his head and looked down, and his expression immediately became fanatical. There are so many Emperor Pills. No wonder these guys are all gathered here. However, there are so many vengeful spirits down there that it's a little scary. Ling Xiao saw that this huge crack wasn't very deep. It was only a few meters deep. With a single glance, he could see many Emperor Pills casually scattered below the huge crack. With a rough estimate, there were at least 100 Emperor Pills. However, although there were many Emperor Pills, there were even more vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits wandered there like patrolling soldiers. These vengeful spirits were not as terrifying as the ones they had encountered before. In fact, a few of them had even reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerate. It was obvious that they were all almighties when they were alive. That's not right. There are so many vengeful spirits here. They are so peaceful and did not rush out. There must be an even stronger existence. Ling Xiao faintly felt that something was wrong. He felt that these vengeful spirits were too quiet, and the auras of the other 3 groups of people could not be concealed. With the vengeful spirit's sensitivity towards soul power, they should be able to sense that someone had arrived. However, they still repeated their patrolling actions, as if they did not care about their arrival. From this, Ling Xiao guessed that this place was definitely not that simple. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to probe downwards. He suddenly discovered 2 extremely obscure and powerful soul power undulations. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and hurriedly retreated far away. With so many Emperor Pills here, it must have been discovered by others. However, these Emperor Pills had not been taken away. It could be seen how dangerous this place was. Ling Xiao did not retreat far. Once again, he hid among the rocks and observed the 3 groups of people from afar. He wanted to see what methods they had to obtain those Emperor Pills. Not long after, the three groups of people finally could not hold back and summoned their spirit beasts. They charged towards the huge crack to snatch the Emperor pills. With someone taking the lead, the others also became impulsive. Waves of powerful elemental attacks from different spiritual weapons blasted towards the vengeful spirits in the huge crack. Although these vengeful spirits were powerful, they did not have consciousness and could not deduce the small universe. Therefore, their battle strength was not as powerful as a true heavenly venerate. However, it was enough to make the earthly sovereign suffer. Ling Xiao looked at the earth-shattering battle and murmured, "How bold!" Countless vengeful spirits rushed out from the huge crack. They let out howling cries and charged towards the dozens of earthly sovereigns and spirit beasts like fearless warriors. The battle was very intense, but Ling Xiao knew that these people were already feeling the pressure. Fortunately, they all had many methods to defend against the vengeful spirits' attacks. Therefore, they were not completely annihilated. Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from the clear sky. Bolts of lightning the size of buckets descended from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder drowned out the vengeful spirits. Ling Xiao stared at the figure who had unleashed such a powerful attack. It was Tuoba Yuan. He wielded the purple trident in his hand and continuously unleashed terrifying lightning bolts. The vengeful spirits in the vicinity were all blasted into smithereens. Then, he plunged into the huge crack to snatch the Emperor pills. No more vengeful spirits dared to approach him. Did that guy succeed? Ling Xiao murmured. He also wanted to rush over and snatch the Emperor pills. Given his methods, he did not fear these vengeful spirits. However, he had always been cautious, so he had to be more careful. However, not long after Tuoba Yuan went down, he saw him fleeing out of the huge crack in a sorry state. "Quick, run! There is a remnant spirit of a quasi the arch." Tuoba Yuan exclaimed to his people and immediately fled far away. He was as fast as lightning. Chapter 621. From the huge fissure that was dozens of meters wide, a terrifying palm emerged from it. The palm was like a mountain, and it looked extremely terrifying. The three groups of people were scared witless, and they rode their spirit beasts as far as they could. Rumble. The huge palm smashed down towards the place with the most people. A few earthly Emperor realm experts and spirit beasts didn't run fast enough, and they immediately became resentful souls. They were smashed into a pulp, and a palm print that was a few tens of meters wide was left on the ground. Countless stone chips were sent flying in all directions. After the huge palm smashed down, the dozens of people had retreated completely, and none of them dared to stay any longer. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva from afar, and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. His body trembled slightly, and he muttered, "The might of an Emperor realm expert is really terrifying." However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let the fat meat slip away just like that. He had searched for many days to find these Emperor pills, and he had to snatch the meat from the tiger's mouth no matter what. The remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. This is a great tonic, and I absolutely can't let it go. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed brightly. Subsequently, he moved a few tens of meters closer to the huge rift, and he hid behind a huge rock to conceal his aura so as not to alarm the other resentful souls. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't fight them head-on. After all, they were extremely formidable. However, Ling Xiao didn't know why they didn't choose to seize the body of a quasi-emperor realm expert. They should be able to do it with their ability, right? Ling Xiao didn't have the time to think about it. He sat down cross-legged and immediately started circulating the second stage of the soul mastery technique. Numerous invisible and profound talisman symbols floated incessantly in the air. I don't know if this will work. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, and then he controlled the numerous invisible talisman symbols to fly towards the huge rift that wasn't too far away. There were two quasi-emperor realm remnant souls in the huge rift. Their energy was very formidable, and their consciousness was very clear. Moreover, they knew all sorts of combat techniques, and they weren't something that the resentful souls could compare to. Even though they were very strong, they were still unable to see through Ling Xiao's invisible talisman symbols. These invisible spirit runes blasted towards the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign who was meditating. The remnant soul of the half-step emperor was also very powerful. When it came in contact with those invisible runes, it immediately reacted. Its powerful soul power resisted those runes, trying to get rid of those runes. The soul power of a half-emperor wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. It actually forcefully shook off quite a few runes. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to control the runes to attack. I don't believe that I can't capture you. Who dares to alarm this emperor? The remnant soul of the quasi-emperor spoke faintly, and then it casually raised its hand. Another enormous palm flew out from the huge crack, and then it smashed down towards Ling Xiao. F***CK. Ling Xiao screamed as he looked at the giant palm and quickly retreated. The gigantic palm smashed into the ground where he had been standing. Not far away, Ling Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This guy is really scary. However, while Ling Xiao was still in a state of shock, he saw a figure rushing out from the huge crack. This figure was actually flying towards him, and its gloomy eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Oh no, this guy actually came out. Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, and then he immediately turned around and fled. Although his speed was fast, the half-martial emperor's speed was even faster. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step emperor blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao steadied himself and forced himself to calm down as he looked at the figure. This remnant soul was an old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very robust. He wore a set of gorgeous clothes, and his bearing was quite extraordinary. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. A mere mid-level Earth sovereign actually has such powerful mental strength. I didn't expect such an outstanding junior to exist. The half-step emperor's remnant soul stared at Ling Xiao and spoke faintly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Haha. Senior, Junior didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me." At the same time, he had already mobilized all his mental strength. If the half-step emperor's remnant soul made any strange movements, he would immediately use his mental strength to deal a fatal blow. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this half-step emperor's remnant soul, but it would definitely consume a lot of his mental strength. Humph, you make it sound better than a song. The half-step emperor's remnant soul snorted coldly, and then said, I know you want the emperor elixir, but since you've hit this emperor, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Your strong body will belong to this emperor. At this point, the half-step emperor's aura was thick with hostility, and then a powerful energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already on guard, and when the half-step emperor attacked, his mental strength went all out. This time, his mental strength was completely used to attack, and countless fierce sharp blades blasted towards the half-step emperor's remnant soul. On the other hand, Ling Xiao took the full brunt of the half-step emperor's attack, and he was blasted over 100 meters away while golden blood sprayed out from his mouth. The half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't fare as well as it did before. How could a full-powered attack from Ling Xiao's mental strength be so easily blocked like those talisman markings? Ah! The half-step emperor's remnant soul had been reduced to such a state because its body and soul had suffered heavy injuries when it was alive. Now that it was suffering a mental strength attack that specialized in restraining the soul, it was completely unable to defend itself, and a large amount of its soul power was gradually reduced to nothingness by the mental strength attack. It let out a shrill cry of unwillingness, but unfortunately, it still gradually dissipated from the world. Ling Xiao was lying on a pile of rubble not far away. His countenance had turned slightly pale, but he didn't seem to have suffered any heavy injuries. It's a good thing I just strengthened my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt so good. Ling Xiao sighed and bounced up from the rubble. Then, he flew backward and chose a relatively calm place to sit down and recover his mental strength. If I can absorb the remnant soul of a half-step emperor, my mental strength will definitely soar. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He wanted to use the half-step emperor's remnant soul as a test subject just now, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed, and was almost killed by the half-step emperor. Therefore, he could only give up the idea for the time being. Got it, if I first weaken its soul power and then cast a talisman on it, it should be able to deal with it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of a new method, and his eyes lit up again. After 4 hours of recovery, Ling Xiao's mental strength was once again full. This time, he didn't plan to hide anymore, and directly flew to the sky above the huge crack. Then, he circulated a strong heavenly fire and wrapped himself in layers of layers to prevent other resentful souls from taking advantage of the situation. Immediately afterward, the blue flame in Ling Xiao's hand blasted towards the place where the half-step emperor's remnant soul was fluctuating. Rumble. The powerful fiery energy smashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, and the dense raging fire started to burn. Some of the resentful souls in the surroundings immediately howled as soon as they came into contact with the heavenly fire, and many of them hurriedly hid far away. Then, a figure flew out from the ground at an extremely fast speed. How dare you! How dare you provoke this emperor! Another half-step emperor's remnant soul appeared and roared furiously. Just when it was about to attack Ling Xiao made the first move. His mental strength turned into countless blades and madly bombarded the half-step emperor's remnant soul. But this time, Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety, and didn't use all of his mental strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Sure enough, before the half-step emperor's remnant soul could react, its condensed body was blasted by Ling Xiao's mental strength and weakened a lot. Sensing the danger, the half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't dare to stay any longer, and actually chose to escape. You think you can escape? Ling Xiao laughed triumphantly, and the already condensed mental strength runes smashed towards the half-step emperor's remnant soul like a tidal wave. The half-step emperor's remnant soul was already extremely weak, and its speed was greatly reduced. Even its reaction speed was greatly reduced, and Ling Xiao's mental strength runes blasted its body effortlessly. Damn it, what is this thing? The half-step emperor's remnant soul cried out in fear. It wanted to break free from the runes, but unfortunately, it couldn't do so. How could Ling Xiao waste his breath on it? He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the soul-controlling art's mnemonic chant. Immediately after, a strange scene appeared. The extremely weak half-step emperor's remnant soul's soul power unexpectedly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge bit by bit. The half-step emperor's remnant soul was greatly alarmed, and immediately begged for mercy. No, don't absorb my soul power, I beg you, let me go. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao be soft-hearted, and he concentrated even more on absorbing the soul power that was hard to come by. 2 hours later, the half-step emperor's remnant soul that was struggling had become illusory, and its originally material body had gradually vanished. On the other hand, as a large amount of soul power surged into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, the spiritual liquid within it transformed into even more pure spiritual liquid that strengthened his sea of knowledge. After the half-step emperor's remnant soul dispersed, Ling Xiao still hadn't fully recovered from his exhaustion, and he praised loudly, "What great nourishment! I've filled up so much in an instant." After attaining the second stage of the soul-controlling art, besides being able to utilize mental strength runes to control others, there was another miraculous effect, and it was the ability to absorb the soul power of others for one's own use in order to strengthen one's own spiritual energy. Earlier, Ling Xiao had precisely utilized this to absorb the weak half-step emperor's remnant soul. It was his first time using this ability, so he'd miscalculated and failed during his first experiment. But he'd finally gained something this time. There are definitely many emperor-rank souls in this vast space. I've struck it rich this time. Ling Xiao suddenly became greedy as he thought to himself. After all, the accumulation of spiritual energy from cultivating on one's own was very slow, and absorbing the energy of powerful souls was a shortcut to swiftly strengthen one's spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally be unable to think in this way. After all, the strength of every single emperor-rank soul was extremely terrifying. But in this current environment, these souls were filled with bloodthirst and viciousness, and absorbing them wouldn't make him feel guilty at all. When Ling Xiao was about to collect the emperor cores from the huge crack, some incomplete memories seemed to have appeared in his mind, and these memories seem to have come from the half-step emperor's remnant soul. So there's actually such a benefit. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that absorbing the half-step emperor rank soul power would allow him to absorb the half-step emperor rank soul power as well, and this was a major discovery. When Ling Xiao was about to collect all the emperor cores from the huge crack, someone had actually soundlessly appeared above Ling Xiao. Chapter 622. Looking at the scattered imperial pills under the huge crack, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with passion. I finally got some imperial pills. If I didn't get any more, my position as the head succubus would be in danger. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to pick up the imperial pills, he sensed danger from the back of his head. It felt like he was being targeted by a venomous snake. A silent gust of wind had already pierced towards the back of his head. The hairs on Ling Xiao's body stood on end. Ignoring the emperor pills, he pounced forward without a second thought. Unfortunately, the faint sound of the wind still followed him like a shadow, as if it was determined to kill him. Ling Xiao knew that turning his back to the enemy was already a huge taboo. Moreover, the enemy's speed was also frighteningly fast. In a moment of desperation, he could only let out a roar. Roar. Dragon's Tenbin spirit art, Dragon Roar. A golden dragon's shadow instantly soared into the sky. Its terrifying power was earth-shattering. The sound wave was already very terrifying. It kept reverberating in the huge crack in the space. The sound wave was greatly amplified. Boom, boom, boom. In the huge crack, the surrounding rock walls were shattered by the terrifying sound waves, and the stone fragments and dust were constantly splashing everywhere. The person behind Ling Xiao was obviously affected by the dark waves, and Ling Xiao's sense of danger was greatly reduced. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He spun around and kicked at the man who had ambushed him. Wind God Kick Third Style, Tornado Ruins. Large amounts of rock fragments were swept up by the leg shadows, and the leg shadows, which contained dense Xiantian wind baleful qi, corroded everything mercilessly. This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back at all. He even used the Xiantian wind baleful qi that he had been hiding all this time. It was clear that he was really angry this time. The person behind Ling Xiao was also shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying sound waves. He could not react in time, and was immediately drowned by Ling Xiao's sharp leg shadows. Bang! Before the man could see his face clearly, he was kicked into pieces by Ling Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, the strong innate wind baleful qi had surrounded him. The person who launched the sneak attack turned into a pile of mud in an instant and was corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. By the time the sound waves stopped, the man had already turned into dust. This was truly a swift and ingenious way to kill. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He immediately looked up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Like a gust of wind, he flew up to the giant fisher and roared, "Since you're already here, get the hell out of here." Looking at the silent surroundings, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "You want this young master to force you out? You're really despicable." After saying that, Ling Xiao's 10 fingers casually pointed in a few directions, and a few flames shot towards the piles of rubble. Boom! The fiery finger blasted into the rubble and directly pierced through it. Swoosh! More than a dozen figures instantly flew up from several directions at the same time. 17 people gathered together. Several of them were peak earthly emperors, and the rest were high-level earthly emperors. The strength of this group was considered average among the many groups. Hee, I didn't expect you to be able to escape the assassination of Black Shadow, but you're going to die here in the end. A cold and sinister laugh rang out. Ling Xiao looked at the person who spoke and revealed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect it to be you guys." Ling Xiao also knew the 2 leaders of this group. The person who spoke was Wen Huang, who came from Lanyang City with Ling Xiao. Beside him was his junior brother Bai Mensheng. The rest of the earthly emperors should be their allies who had gathered. When Ling Xiao was in the top 10 of the advancement competition, he had sent their fellow disciples, Shenemo and Jean Dazhua, off the stage. It was probably because of this that Wen Huang and Bai Menqing had a strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. Now, the person whose sneak attacked Ling Xiao just now was one of the members of Wen Huang's group. That person was called Black Shadow, so he must be very good at assassination. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's sharpness, that sword attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Thinking of that moment, Ling Xiao felt extremely lucky. He didn't expect this group of people to be able to hide their auras. Just now, he was fully focused on dealing with the remnant soul of a pseudo-emperor. After seeing the D-Dan, his vigilance was at its lowest. Otherwise, with his spiritual power, he would have discovered them long ago. I'll say this to you guys. It's best for all of you to stay here and become resentful spirits. Ling Xiao said gloomily. Ling Xiao was furious. He hadn't felt the threat of death for a long time, and he almost died just now. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let the people in front of him go. Ling Xiao didn't wait for them to say any more nonsense. He chose to strike first. Like the wind, Ling Xiao flew towards the group of people, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Everyone spread out and set up the minor star killing array. Wen Huang closed his bone fan and immediately exclaimed. The people behind him immediately split up in a disorderly manner. Rays of light of different attributes shot out, and the rays of light of different attributes converged to form a star-shaped formation. The star-shaped array blossomed with dazzling brilliance. The attacks of different attributes formed a star-shaped world. Rays of attacks smashed down like meteors, causing the world to tremble. The minor star killing array was a high-level array of the Blue Sun sect. With the strength of an earthly sovereign, the array they evolved was comparable to the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable. Any earthly sovereign who fell into it would have to face the terrifying power of a high-level heavenly venerable. How could an ordinary earthly sovereign withstand the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable? It seemed that Wen Huang was very fearful of Ling Xiao. He immediately used such a killing array from the beginning. It could be said that he was very cautious and ruthless. Fortunately, this group of people had just honed their array not long ago. Their coordination in all directions was still a bit rusty. The power of the minor star killing array was slightly weaker, but Wen Huang believed that it was completely enough to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the other party could deduce an array attack. However, he didn't have time to think too much. The golden fist shadow had already blasted towards Wen Huang, who was leading the group. Although Ling Xiao's speed was fast, his aura had already been locked on by the array. Colorful starlight attacks fell from the sky. There were raging flames, ice flowers, waves of water, earth spikes. Wave after wave of terrifying attacks blasted towards Ling Xiao's back. Wen Huang, who was in front of Ling Xiao, naturally didn't mind. His bone fan constantly produced dazzling white light, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to hurt. His movements also became sluggish. It was also at this moment that all the attacks immediately smashed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. The terrifying attack produced an earth-shattering explosion in mid-air, and a colorful mushroom smoke immediately appeared. The minor star killing array is indeed extraordinary. Second senior brother, this Ling Xiao really can't withstand a single blow. Bai Menqing looked at Ling Xiao, who was hit by the attack, and couldn't help but laugh. Wen Huang lightly waved his bone fan and smiled. This is just a small matter. In the future, when you come into contact with my sect's great star killing array, its power will truly be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Even an emperor-ranked expert will die without a doubt if they fall into it. However, just as the two of them were feeling complacent, several miserable screams rang out. Ah! A figure could be seen flying non-stop, a strange longsword in his hand emitting a hot and cold aura. He began to reap the lives of the surrounding earthly emperors. Bastard, he actually didn't die. Everyone, quickly summon your spiritual beasts and kill him for me. Wen Huang's expression changed and he immediately shouted. Immediately after, a white spiritual beast appeared beside him. It was a snow-white aurora eagle. It had already reached the pinnacle of the Type 5 realm, and its eyes were emitting rays of white light, looking extremely demonic. The Aurora Eagle was a mutated spiritual beast. It was a rare light-attributed spiritual beast. Its pair of eagle eyes could not only attack, but it could also confuse people's vision. The others also summoned their various spiritual beasts. The earthly emperors and their spiritual beasts all launched powerful attacks towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, came and went without a trace. No one was able to lock onto him, and their attacks were all useless. You think you can kill me just because you have more people? I think too highly of you. As Ling Xiao dodged, he let out a strong sneer. His mental strength began to surge out like a tide. He did not intend to continue entangling with them. Since they dared to kill him, they should all go to the King of Hell and reflect on their mistakes. As Ling Xiao unleashed his psychic power, the invisible psychic attack immediately killed several earthly sovereigns. As the earthly emperors died inexplicably, Wen Huang, Bai Mensheng, and the others became horrified. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this brat knows some demonic arts? Wen Huang's expression became steely as he shouted. Senior brother, let's attack together. Otherwise, they will all die. Bai Mensheng held his spiritual weapon and said. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Limitless doppelganger. Bai Mensheng instantly split into 5 figures and rushed towards Ling Xiao from 5 different directions. If it was an ordinary person facing 5 doppelgangers, they would definitely panic. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. Even if all 5 of Bai Mensheng's clones were real, they could not catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped on the wind attribute cloud phantom. He ignored Bai Mensheng's pursuit and continued to kill others with the ice and fire sword in his hand. Pft pft. The ice and fire sword was already a mid-tier 7th-tier high-grade spiritual weapon. Wherever it went, the earthly emperors could not resist and were killed one by one. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. His combat strength was comparable to a peak earthly emperor. If he used his dragon-shaped battle chi, he would not even be afraid of a low-level heavenly venerable. Therefore, he was like an adult bullying a child. Killing people was like child's play. Following Ling Xiao's massacre, 14 of the 17 earthly emperors had already died. Only Wen Huang, Bai Mensheng, and another peak earthly emperor were still alive. That peak earthly emperor had long been scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's killing intent. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill him, his legs trembled and he immediately begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Spare my life. I can make you my master, as long as you let. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck and his head was immediately separated from his body. Ling Xiao was like a god of death as he stared coldly at Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng, who had yet to kill him. His expression was filled with contempt. Chapter 623. Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng already knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary. His physical body was unparalleled, and even spirit weapons could not harm him. Hence, they did not underestimate Ling Xiao at all. They felt that the power of the minor star killing formation should be enough to kill Ling Xiao. However, not only had Ling Xiao not been killed, but his allies had been slaughtered one by one. The spirit beasts had also perished along with their master. I'll give you a chance. Both of you, come at me together. Ling Xiao kept the ice and fire sword and hooked his finger at the 2 of them. He looked at Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng with disdain. He did not want to kill the 2 of them immediately. He had a better way to deal with them. Bai Mensheng took a step back and looked at Wen Huang. To be honest, he was extremely afraid. Ling Xiao was much scarier than they had imagined. Even a heavenly venerable would not be his match. Wen Huang's expression kept changing. The Aurora Eagle flapped its snow-white wings at the side. Its white eyes emitted a cold and strange light. Brother Ling, you're really good. Why don't we call it quits? We don't want the Emperor pills here. Wen Huang took a light breath and said. Yes. Brother Ling, let's call it quits. Bai Mensheng's ruthlessness was gone, and he immediately agreed. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that won't do. You only have one choice. If you don't come at me, I will. Is there really no room for negotiation? Wen Huang tightened his bone fan and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao raised his middle finger and shook it. There's no room for negotiation. With that, he began to walk towards the two of them step by step. Since that's the case, then, go and die. Wen Huang knew that Ling Xiao's speed was terrifying. It was obviously impossible for him to escape, so he could only fight to his death. At the same time, the Aurora Eagle beside him let out a loud cry. 2 rays of white light shot out from its eyes. Swoosh swoosh. The white light was extremely fast, as if it had flashed by. Ling Xiao had noticed the Aurora Eagle a long time ago, but he was still caught off guard by its sudden attack. His chest was hit solidly. However, Ling Xiao's defense was freakish. That white light couldn't even penetrate Ling Xiao's clothes. Wen Huang and Bai Menxing did not expect the Aurora Eagle to instantly kill Ling Xiao. When the Aurora Eagle launched its attack, the two of them immediately split up and charged towards Ling Xiao. The bone fan in Wen Huang's hand kept changing, and white lotuses appeared one after another. Twin lotus flowers. Dozens of white flowers formed into pairs, forming a pure and clean line of wind, which rushed towards Ling Xiao. Bai Menxing switched to a high-grade broadsword and raised his aura to the maximum. 5 clones attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. At the same time, his spirit beast, the 2-headed flying snake, spat out its long tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao with its huge bloody mouth. The Aurora Eagle flew quickly, and its eyes showed a confused look again. It planned to disturb Ling Xiao's consciousness. Facing the attacks of 2 people and 2 spirit beasts, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. The dragon's roar Tenbin sounded again, causing the 2 people and 2 spirit beasts to retreat far away. With one roar, their attacks were all nullified. However, the Aurora Eagle was worthy of being a mutated spirit beast. When it retreated, its white eyes actually shot a confused look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his eyes were a little dazzled, and his vision became blurry. Junior brother, let's kill him together. Wen Huang roared fiercely. The bone fan in his hand gathered a powerful white light, and a huge white lotus enveloped the sky above him. Lotus burst, go. Wen Huang blasted the huge lotus at Ling Xiao. This was already his strongest attack. If Ling Xiao was still fine, then he had nothing to say. Bai Menxing didn't use any fancy moves. His broadsword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's head would be harder than a high-grade spirit weapon. At the moment of crisis, a green light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his dazed expression regained its clarity. However, at this time, Wen Huang's lotus burst also blasted over. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body was blasted far away, and his blood and energy were in turmoil. Wen Huang's all-out attack wasn't as powerful as the minor star-killing array, but it was comparable to the attack of a low-level heavenly venerate. Ling Xiao had just stabilized his body when a strong wind attacked him from above. Ling Xiao didn't even think and immediately greeted it with a golden fist. Ding dang. Ling Xiao gathered his energy too late and was forced back by Bai Menxing by 12 meters. The 2-headed flying snake took the opportunity to bite him. Good, good. This is more interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared. He shouted loudly, and a golden dragon's shadow instantly soared. The golden dragon roared, and its fighting spirit surged endlessly. Now that Ling Xiao was in full battle mode, the 2-headed flying snake seemed to feel the powerful might of an emperor, and its body couldn't help but pause for a moment. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to move. Waves of golden fists smashed onto the 2-headed flying snake. The 2-headed flying snake's body was also very tough. After taking a series of punches from Ling Xiao, it still gave Ling Xiao a ruthless sweep. Wen Huang, Bai Menxing, and the Aurora Eagle didn't let go of any opportunity. Waves of elemental attacks bombarded Ling Xiao. Senior brother, take it out. If this continues, we won't be able to kill him. Bai Menxing hurriedly called out to Wen Huang. Wen Huang hesitated for a moment before nodding. His spatial ring flashed, and a weapon with extremely strong elemental fluctuations appeared in his hand. This weapon was round like a bronze drum. At first glance, it looked a little old, but the surface of the bronze drum was as smooth as jade. Bursts of light flashed, making it look very strange. With the bronze drum in hand, Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng's eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. No matter how powerful you are, your life ends here. Wen Huang sneered. He gathered a powerful spiritual energy in his hand and slammed it down on the bronze drum. Dong dong. A rhythmic drumming sound rang out. Ling Zhao's body flickered, and after dodging all the attacks, he punched the two-headed snake away with a couple of heavy punches, and then exploded the two-headed snake into a pile of mush. Ling Zhao listened to the sonorous sound of the bronze drum and looked at Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng with an inexplicable expression. Beating the drum to boost your morale? Ling Zhao looked playfully at Wen Huang, who was working hard to beat the bronze drum. He did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the two brothers had up their sleeves. Wen Huang's complexion became paler and paler along with the sound of the bronze drum. His forehead was already covered in a thick layer of sweat. Is beating the drum this hard? Ling Zhao thought inexplicably. Drum spirit, come out. Wen Huang roared. With a flip of his hands, he tossed the bronze drum into the air and placed both palms on it at the same time. Dong dong. Xiao. As he poured the last of his spiritual energy into the bronze drum, a ray of light rose from it. The magical light gradually condensed into the phantom of a ferocious man holding a drum. This muscular man was as tall and ferocious as an ancient giant. That huge drum was as big as a small mountain. It was hard to imagine. What is this? Ling Zhao stared blankly at the giant and murmured. Drum spirit, kill him for me. Wen Huang pointed at Ling Zhao and said with difficulty. As if he had received the order, the giant and burly man grabbed the drum stick in his hand and hit it on the giant drum in his arms. Dong! The powerful sound of the drum was like a thunderclap, and it sounded like the 9 heavens were shaking. Pooh! Ling Zhao felt as if his internal body had been violently bombarded. His internal organs instantly ruptured, and his whole body was thrown far away like a cannonball. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. At this moment, the huge man and the illusion of the drum gradually disappeared from the sky. Wen Huang kept his bronze drum with difficulty and quickly swallowed a few pills to replenish his energy. Huh, you're finally dead. As expected of our sex-sacred object, it's really powerful. Bai Mensheng laughed proudly. Don't be so proud, hurry up and collect the emperor pills. Otherwise, when those resentful spirits gather again, we're dead for sure. Wen Huang glanced at Bai Mensheng and shouted. Bai Mensheng suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly flew to the giant crack to collect the emperor pills. Wen Huang glanced at Ling Zhao in the distance, who did not have the slightest reaction, and closed his eyes to recuperate with relief. Because he firmly believed that with their blue sun sex-sacred object, Ling Zhao would die without a doubt. Thinking back to the time when he used this bronze drum to kill a mid-level heavenly venerable, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this bronze drum was. Bai Mensheng quickly collected all the emperor pills before returning to Wen Huang's side with satisfaction. He saw that Wen Huang was recuperating and did not disturb him. He also took 2 pills and sat down quietly. In this dangerous place, he must always maintain his best state to have an extra layer of protection. Half an hour later, Bai Mensheng stood up and walked over to Ling Zhao. This little brat's combat strength is so terrifying, he must have a lot of good things on him. Bai Mensheng felt that Ling Zhao would die without a doubt, so he set his sights on Ling Zhao's space ring. Just as he approached Ling Zhao, he found that Ling Zhao's entire body was glowing with a faint golden light. His eyelids jumped and he hurriedly exclaimed, wanting to remind his senior brother that Ling Zhao was not dead. At the same time, the big saber in his hand appeared. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Ling Zhao's tiger eyes opened and a burst of spirit runes blasted towards Bai Mensheng's knowledge sea. Bai Menshing's sea of consciousness was completely defenseless. Moreover, his spiritual force was far inferior to Ling Xiao's spiritual force. The spiritual runes arranged themselves in a mysterious way and occupied Bai Menshing's sea of consciousness, while Bai Menshing's spiritual force was directly erased by the runes. Looking at the sluggish Bai Menshing, Ling Xiao, who was lying under the rubble, showed a smug smile. "Go kill your senior brother for me," Ling Xiao ordered Bai Menshing with his thoughts. Bai Menshing's expression was sluggish. After he received Ling Xiao's message, he immediately replied, "Yes." There was no emotion in his tone. Bai Menshing held his big saber and waved a powerful attribute attack towards Wen Huang, who was still healing himself. Chapter 624. The sudden gust of cold wind shocked Wen Huang, who was still recovering his breath. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Wen Huang jumped up and hurriedly retreated. Bai Menshing was already under Ling Xiao's control. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the person in front of him. Bai Menshing used his full strength from the start. 5 clones appeared, and several different Bai Menshing attacked Wen Huang. "Junior brother, could it be that you want to take the emperor pill for yourself?" Wen Huang hurriedly shouted as he retreated. However, Bai Menshing was like a murderous maniac who had lost his mind. Every powerful move was aimed at Wen Huang. Wen Huang gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, I already knew that your ambition was not small. You actually didn't even let your senior brother go. Then you can go and die for me." Wen Huang couldn't tell what was wrong with Bai Menshing. He only thought that Bai Menshing wanted to kill him and take the emperor pill for himself, so he could only fight back. Although Wen Huang was exhausted, he had already taken a pill to recover. His strength had already recovered to 70%, and with the help of the Aurora Eagle, he wasn't afraid of Bai Menshing. The 2 martial brothers were having a great time fighting over there. Waves of powerful elemental attacks collided with each other, creating a dull sound. Not far from them, in a pile of rocks, Ling Xiao was doing his best to recover his ruptured organs. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, and there seemed to be small dragons swimming around the light. It looked extremely agile and magical. Damn, what was that bronze drum just now? Its power was so terrifying. It almost took this young master's life. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and quickly recovered his strength. In his mind, however, he was thinking about that bronze drum. Right now, Ling Xiao's injuries could be said to be as bad as when he fell into the abyss of the desolate mountain range. His meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs were all in a mess. If it was a normal person, they would most likely be dead. However, Ling Xiao was indeed an undying cockroach, as Xianyao had once said. Even under such serious injuries, he did not die. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's life was very tough, and the ancient emperor divine technique was also quite abnormal. His recovery ability was definitely not weak. Ling Xiao had already mastered the first 4 transformations, and he had already mastered the 5th transformation. As long as his head was not directly blown up and his dantian was not destroyed, he could possibly recover from all his injuries. This ancient emperor mystic technique was truly an unconventional immortal deity technique. While Bai Menshing and Wen Huang were fighting to the death, Ling Xiao seized the time to recover from his injuries. When he could move again, he took out several high-grade healing pills and swallowed them. With the help of the pill, Ling Xiao's body recovered even faster. On the other side, Wen Huang finally noticed that something was wrong with Bai Menshing. That was because he and the Extreme Light Eagle had already landed a few heavy blows on Bai Menshing, but every time Bai Menshing was thrown back, he would disregard his injuries and attack again, causing Wen Huang to be heavily injured. He did not think that his junior brother was not afraid of death, which was why he noticed his junior brother's strange behavior. He saw that Bai Menshing's eyes were filled with killing intent, his entire face expressionless, as if he had lost his mind and only knew how to attack. Could it be him? Wen Huang also stopped fighting with Bai Menshing, leaping onto the Extreme Light Eagle and dodging Bai Menshing's attacks. At the same time, his gaze landed on the figure not far away. As expected, it was this fellow's doing. Who would have thought that even the Saint Drum would not be able to kill you? Looking at the layers of gold light gradually emitting, Wen Huang suddenly understood. He was sure that his junior brother's current state was definitely due to Ling Zhao's doing. Eagle, you stop junior brother, I'll go kill him. Wen Huang exclaimed, and immediately flew off the eagle's back. Wen Huang leapt above Ling Zhao, the pure white lotus appeared once more, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered. Demon, go and die for me. Wen Huang thought about how his ally had died inexplicably and how his junior brother seemed to have lost his mind. He felt that Ling Zhao definitely knew some demonic arts, otherwise how could he be able to silently kill people and control his junior brother? Right now, he was determined to kill Ling Zhao. Otherwise, the ones who would die would be them. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Zhao, something seemed to have intruded into his sea of consciousness, causing him to immediately lose consciousness and his mind to go blank. All right, both of you, come over and stay at the side. Ling Zhao weakly muttered as he lay on the ground. Then, Wen Huang and Bai Menxing were like two door gods, expressionlessly landing by Ling Zhao's side, standing as straight as a pole. The extreme light eagle inexplicably landed beside Wen Huang, its white eyes filled with confusion. Ling Zhao let the two of them stand there as he forced himself to climb up, once again urging his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Rays of golden light flashed around his body, and his skin and hair actually turned golden. His entire person seemed abnormally noble. As his injuries gradually improved, his pale face gradually regained some of its color. Not long after, a few top-quality blood crystals appeared in his hand. He shattered them with one hand and sucked in the powerful blood energy. The golden light became more and more dazzling, finally turning into a 7-clawed golden dragon that rushed into the sky and roared. After 4 hours, Ling Zhao finally recovered to his peak state. If it was in the past, with such heavy injuries, it would have taken him a day and a night to recover to his peak. However, the current Ling Zhao's realm was not comparable to the past, and his recovery speed had also increased by several times. Ling Zhao looked at the two door gods Wen Huang and Bai Menxing and smiled faintly. I said I would take good care of you, but I didn't expect to almost fail miserably. Fortunately, this young master's life is tough. Now you can serve this young master to the death. Wen Huang and Bai Menxing had already been subjected to an intermediate spirit rune curse by Ling Zhao. Their consciousness had been erased by Ling Zhao, and at the same time, Ling Zhao's will was planted in them, so they were now like puppets that could only listen to Ling Zhao's orders. Take out that bronze drum for this young master to see. Ling Zhao immediately issued his first order to Wen Huang. Just now, he had suddenly been struck by the bronze drum, and if it weren't for the fact that his body was a bit stronger, he likely would have been turned to dust. Yang Kai felt that this bronze drum was definitely a powerful killing tool, possibly a saint artifact-grade treasure. Such a good thing, no matter who it was, they would not let it go. Wen Huang followed Ling Zhao's instructions and took out the bronze drum from his space ring. Ling Zhao took the bronze drum and found that besides the smooth front, the other parts of the drum looked like an antique. At the same time, there seemed to be something missing from one of the corners of the drum, making it seem incomplete. Moreover, there were several damaged areas on the back of the drum. It seemed that this was just an incomplete treasure. Even a broken treasure is so powerful. This bronze drum must have some history. Ling Zhao murmured to himself as he caressed the drum. Then he turned to Wen Huang and asked, "What is this bronze drum called? Is it a saint artifact?" Wen Huang's expression was dull and he didn't answer Ling Zhao's question. Ling Zhao patted his forehead in annoyance and muttered to himself, "I forgot that this guy's consciousness is already gone. How could he know what this thing is? It seems that this intermediate spirit curse isn't good enough." A primary spirit curse could only cause the opponent's consciousness to fall into disarray, while an intermediate spirit curse could control another's knowledge and make them work for oneself. However, the opponent's consciousness would also be erased, leaving them as loyal as a death knight, unable to think. This was the state that Wen Huang and Bai Menxing were in right now. Only by reaching the advanced spirit incantation could the opponent retain their own consciousness, and at the same time, force their own consciousness to obey. However, the person being controlled could also think and cultivate to a higher level. This was the difference between the several grades. Forget it, this kind of trash can only serve as temporary subordinates. They're not worthy of being my loyal servants. Ling Xiao sighed and shook his head, then had the two of them hand over their space rings to him. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. No matter how many emperor pills they had, once they died, everything inside would belong to him, so Ling Xiao didn't bother counting. However, he asked Bai Menxing to take out the clone technique profound skill from the space ring. He originally only wanted to test if Bai Menxing had the cloning technique's mystical skill collection. After all, most sects would only impart mystical skills to their disciples, and would not allow them to take out the mystical skill. Who knew that Bai Menxing would really take out a scroll of mystical skills? Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this was a handwritten scroll, so the original scroll should still be in the Blue Sun religion. Despite this, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He had been observing the clone technique they used before and felt that it was somewhat useful, so he planned to learn from it. It took Ling Xiao less than half an hour to memorize the incantation of the doppelganger technique. It turned out that this profound skill was called Limitless Clone Technique. Although it also used a short burst of speed to create illusions, there was a big difference, and that was that each of the illusions was really infused with the aura of the real body. When the illusions were manipulated, they would transform into different attacks, looking no different from the real person, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. This limitless clone technique was actually a purple rank profound skill. It was the Zhen sect profound skill of the Blue Sun religion, and only true disciples could cultivate it. When the limitless clone technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, it could be divided into 7 by 7, 49 illusions at the same time. However, this great accomplishment stage could only be successfully cultivated by people with the wind attribute. Generally, this clone technique could only be cultivated to 12 illusions at the most. This clone technique is indeed a little interesting, Ling Xiao murmured with a satisfied smile. Just think about it, if he cultivated this clone technique to the great accomplishment stage, he would be able to create countless illusions to fight with his opponent at the same time, and he would probably be able to scare his opponent silly. Not only that, the limitless clone technique also had a special characteristic, and that was that after cultivating it to the great accomplishment stage, those clones could also attack. Although the attack was not as terrifying as the real body, it still existed. For example, when Ling Xiao cultivated the limitless clone technique to the great accomplishment stage, he could create countless clones to fight with his opponent. At that time, the scene would probably be as exciting as a group of Europeans. Ling Xiao was interested in the limitless clone technique, so he threw the matter of searching for the emperor pellet to the back of his mind and started to cultivate it. Chapter 625. In a desolate land, weeds and birds were rarely seen. Occasionally, a few gusts of cold wind would blow past, causing people to feel exceptionally cold. A figure sat quietly on the rock, allowing the cold wind to blow, but still did not move. That handsome face gave people an inexplicable attraction, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up into a faint smile, revealing a hint of evil. Not far behind him, two silhouettes stood upright like pine trees. A large white condor looked around, occasionally pecking at the rocks on the ground. It seemed extremely bored. Suddenly, the figure sitting quietly opened his tiger-like eyes, and an imposing aura burst forth at this moment. So. On the rocks in front of him, more than 10 identical figures appeared at the same time, and each of their movements were actually different. Some were waving their fists, some were kicking, and some were making faces. Counting carefully, there were actually 18 identical figures, including the figure sitting on the rock. There were a total of 19 identical figures. Each figure seemed to have the same aura, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Those who did not know would have thought that there were 19 twins appearing. However, these dozen figures did not appear for long, and only maintained for a dozen breaths of time before disappearing at the same time, leaving only the figure sitting on the rock. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao, who cultivated the limitless doppelganger technique. He had already stayed here for a month, and in a month, he had cultivated the limitless doppelganger technique to 18 clones. If this speed were to reach the ears of the Blue Sun sect leader, he would probably exclaim that he was a genius. One had to know that there was no lack of wind attribute martial artists in the Blue Sun sect who cultivated the doppelganger technique, but if they wanted to cultivate the doppelganger technique to 19 clones, it would probably be difficult to achieve without a few years of effort. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao was able to reach this point so quickly, other than the fact that his cultivation of Tenbin was astonishing, it was even more because his comprehension of profound skills was more thorough than others. This was because he had already understood the cloud track phantom steps, which was a type of movement technique, and had a slight connection with the limitless doppelganger technique. As long as he could comprehend the essence of it, it would not be difficult to cultivate it to a higher realm. However, Ling Xiao himself was very dissatisfied with this. Only 18 doppelgangers. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the limitless and formless state without a few years of hard work. Ling Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself. If the people from the Blue Sun sect were to hear this, they would probably wail and shout, "Quickly come and strike this bastard with lightning." This speed had already surpassed the record of their Blue Sun sect's cloning technique, yet this fellow was still not satisfied. He was simply not letting them live. Ling Xiao stood up, patted the dust off his back, and looked in a certain direction. After absorbing the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign, my mental strength has skyrocketed. Now, I can sense what's going on tens of thousands of meters away. It's time for me to exert my strength. Thus, Ling Xiao and his two followers began to walk deeper into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Ling Xiao had collected a lot of broken weapons, but he realized that none of them were like the mystical pearl that he had obtained previously. Presumably, not many of these destroyed weapons could withstand the wear and tear of time. At the same time, Ling Xiao found nearly 100 Emperor elixirs from a few places where resentful spirits gathered. With the miraculous emptiness spiritual hand, Ling Xiao did not need to have any conflict with those resentful spirits. He could directly take these Emperor elixirs away silently. However, Ling Xiao was very disappointed that he did not encounter the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign like before. He was eager to absorb a few more of these powerful remnant souls so that his mental strength could fill up his sea of consciousness as soon as possible and open up a new world. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the stronger the resentful spirits he encountered. Many of them had reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. Occasionally, he could see the corpses of a few earthly sovereign and spirit beasts. They must have been killed by the resentful spirits or their companions. On this day, Ling Xiao arrived at a towering stone peak. Surprisingly, this stone peak was not completely destroyed. However, the highest part of the peak seemed to have been flattened by a sharp weapon. There were many terrifying fist and palm prints on the mountain. Although it had been destroyed, it still stood tall and was extremely eye-catching. At the foot of this mountain, many auras had already gathered. Before Ling Xiao could reach 1,000 meters from the mountain, a figure blocked Ling Xiao's path and shouted, "This place has already been taken over by the Gu, and Bu clans, the Ghost Darkness sect and the Yin Yang sect. If you don't want to die, you can scram now." Ling Xiao sat on the Aurora Eagle and squinted at the high-level earthly sovereign in front of him. His good mood had been ruined by this person. "Teach this blind guy a lesson," Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he dug his ear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, 2 strong gusts of wind immediately swept out from behind him. "Bastard, you actually dare to provoke us, the 5 major forces. You must have eaten the guts of a leopard." The high-level earthly sovereign was used to being arrogant. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's personal combat ability was extraordinary, he was not afraid. He actually raised his spear and faced the 2 figures head-on. Ling Xiao leisurely lay on the back of the eagle and watched Wen Huang and Bai Menqing fight against the high-level earthly sovereign. It's not bad to occasionally watch a show. Ling Xiao had a piece of dried grass in his mouth and looked very relaxed. He discovered that the high-level earthly sovereign's combat strength was not bad. No matter what, Wen Huang and Bai Menqing were the true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Their strength was not inferior to the disciples of the 18 major forces. Moreover, the 2 of them were peak earthly sovereigns. Even under their joint attack, they still could not take down the opponent. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh that the disciples of the 18 major forces were indeed extraordinary. Even so, the high-level earthly sovereign was not as reckless as Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to defend, and his defeat was already obvious. Who dares to behave atrociously here? A clear voice rang out, and then a few figures appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Without saying a word, 3 people immediately joined the battle circle to help the high-level earthly sovereign fight against Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng. What is the meaning of this? A beautiful young woman stared at Ling Xiao with her almond-shaped eyes and shouted. This woman was the beauty from the Gu family, Gu Xiaohe. She was wearing a set of tight clothes, and her exquisite figure was vividly outlined. Her slender, round, and pure white jade-like legs were even more attractive. Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances at her beautiful legs. She held a golden spear in her hand, giving off a heroic aura. Compared to the average woman, she had an extra sense of strength. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I don't mean anything else. I just don't like this guy. Gu Xiaohe frowned. Ling Xiao, don't think that we're afraid of you just because you dare to go against the medicine sect. Don't you know that this area has been sealed off by the 5 major forces? If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Ling Xiao raised his brows. Hee, the chaos abyss of war doesn't have a rule that only people from the major forces can come here. So you've made up your mind to be our enemy? Gu Xiaohe frowned and asked. If that's your interpretation, then it doesn't matter to me. Ling Xiao shrugged. Since that's the case, kill those 2 for me. Gu Xiaohe ordered the others. At the same time, Gu Xiaohe's golden spear stabbed towards Ling Xiao, and a golden ray formed into the shape of a dragon as it roared towards Ling Xiao. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Gu Xiaohe's golden ray attack. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about it. He immediately reached out to grab the golden dragon. Gu Xiaohe already knew that Ling Xiao had a monstrous physique, so he immediately used his spear to attack Ling Xiao. In the face of so many attacks, Ling Xiao wore a charming smile and murmured, "Your spear technique isn't bad, but I don't know if you can hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of doppelgangers appeared. The spear covered one of the doppelgangers, but the other doppelgangers attacked Gu Xiaohe from different directions. This is the doppelganger technique. Gu Xiaohe exclaimed, and the spear in her hand kept stabbing at the doppelgangers that were attacking her. She noticed that these doppelgangers seemed to have fluctuations in their auras, and she couldn't tell which one was the real Ling Xiao. It seemed like the doppelgangers she stabbed were all Ling Xiao's doppelgangers. Just as Gu Xiaohe was attacking randomly, several doppelgangers appeared behind her. The doppelganger had a sinister smile on his face, making him look extremely perverted. This little butt is quite perky, I wonder how it feels. The doppelganger murmured, and his large hand smacked that perky but without any hesitation. Smack. TSK, this feels really good, it's bouncy. The doppelganger waved his hand proudly. This doppelganger was not Ling Xiao's doppelganger, but his real self. Ah! Gu Xiaohe cried out in surprise, and she leaped far away. Her face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it, how dare you take advantage of me? I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge beast shadow slowly appeared beside her. Roar! A golden Jiao dragon actually appeared in the sky, and its roar spread in all directions. The dragon scales on its sturdy body were very eye-catching, and its head that resembled both a snake and a dragon looked very mighty and extraordinary. Its 5 huge claws were constantly waving, making it look extremely ferocious. It's a rank 5 Jiao dragon. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He really didn't expect Gu Xiaohe's spiritual beast to be a golden Jiao dragon. One should know that Jiao dragons were extremely rare, and they usually existed in primitive mountain ranges. Their combat power was extremely terrifying, and not just anyone could provoke them. Their combat power was at the peak among those of the same cultivation level. Ling Xiao also had a Jiao dragon, but it was of the water attribute. However, Ling Xiao was very clear about the offensive power of the Jiao dragon clan. It's too late for you to regret now. Just die. Gu Xiaohe glared at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. Then, she commanded the golden Jiao dragon to attack Ling Xiao. The dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and the golden light was dazzling, and the murderous intent was boiling. Ling Xiao retreated continuously, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. He seemed to have sensed something, but he couldn't be sure. Chapter 626. At this moment, several figures flew over from afar. Xiaohe, what's going on? Gu Yufei, the leader of the Gu family's younger generation, frowned and called out to Gu Xiaohe. This bastard took advantage of my Ping Yi, I must kill him. Gu Xiaohe didn't care about shyness and replied. One man and one beast continued to chase after Ling Xiao. Took advantage of your Ping Yi? Gu Yufei's face was instantly filled with black lines and his anger rose. Brother Gu, don't be so hasty. I think that Ling Xiao is a little arrogant, but he's not bad. Let's ask him about it first. A mature and charming woman beside Gu Yufei said faintly. Her beautiful eyes were focused on Ling Xiao's movements. At this moment, a young man wearing a strange Taoist robe beside the woman said, That's right. A person who dares to cause trouble in the medicine sect and has the Feng family as his backing, his background can't be too weak. You can't be thinking of letting him join us, right? Gu Yufei didn't think that they would help Ling Xiao out of the kindness of their hearts. He felt that they were definitely trying to use Ling Xiao. Hee. Brother Gu, you're wrong. Just now, we couldn't even decide who to send to scout the path. Now that there's a better choice, why should we give it up? The charming woman said with a charming smile. No one would have thought that such a flirtatious woman would have such a ruthless heart. That's right, I think that Miss Bu has a good idea. Another man in a Taoist robe agreed. Gu Yufei frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, I'll listen to you this time. He then turned to Gu Xiaohe, who was still chasing after Ling Xiao, and shouted, Little sister, come back here. Gu Xiaohe was furious, but she didn't go against her brother's words. She angrily put away the golden Jiao dragon and flew back to Gu Yufei's side. Big brother, you must kill that brat. Gu Xiaohe gritted her teeth. When she thought of the embarrassing scene just now, her face turned red again. And, don't worry. I won't let that brat have an easy time. Gu Yufei nodded lightly. Following that, Gu Yufei and the others called back the people fighting with Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng. Ling Xiao also ordered Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng to stop attacking. However, the few of them looked extremely battered and exhausted. The people from the major forces had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. That high-level Earth sovereign was even more seriously injured. The hideous wound on his chest was very frightening. On the other side, Wen Huang, Bai Mensheng, and the Aurora Eagle were in an even more miserable state. The 2 humans and 1 beast were covered in blood, and it was a frightening sight. Their auras had already dropped by half, and if it wasn't for Ling Xiao's will telling them to kill each other, they would have already fallen. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them and shook his head. Looks like it's over. How boring. Although Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng were about to die, Ling Xiao still didn't kill them. After all, he had always felt that he was a kind person. If they were to die, they would be killed by others or by themselves. He wouldn't kill his own people. At this time, Gu Yufei, Gu Xiaohe, and a man and a woman flew towards Ling Xiao. Gu Xiaohe's beautiful eyes glared at Ling Xiao as if she couldn't wait to eat Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao pretended not to see Gu Xiaohe's murderous eyes. His gaze landed on another beauty that wasn't inferior to Gu Xiaohe. His gaze swept across the charming beauty's body without any hesitation. He exclaimed in his heart, This girl's figure isn't any worse than that girl from the Feng family. She's really interesting. Women, no matter who they were, would always prefer beautiful women. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, he loved mature and charming women the most. The woman in front of him was obviously the type that Ling Xiao liked. However, he was a lot more restrained now. There were many women around him, so he couldn't casually provoke them. Of course, if the beauty insisted on sticking to him, he wouldn't mind. The people in front of Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so daring in his lust. Of course, to stare at a beautiful woman like this without letting go, if it was any other time, they would have killed him with a single slap. Whether it was her appearance or figure, the woman was comparable to Feng Yaxin from the Feng family. Her temperament wasn't inferior to Feng Yaxin either. However, there was one thing that Feng Yaxin couldn't compare to. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with spring and apricot. They looked extremely alluring. This kind of coquettish gaze was something that Ling Xiao had only seen from Yu Yanlai, who used to be in the same sect. This woman was the daughter of the Bu family, Bu Qing. She had the strength of an earth emperor. Other than Gu Yufei, the feminine man in the Daoist robe was a peak earth emperor from the ghost sect. He was known as the ghost child. The three of them were the leaders of their respective forces. Their temperament wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Bu Qing didn't care about Ling Xiao's gaze at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Young Master Ling, I really didn't expect to meet you here. But why did you make little sister Gu angry?" Bu Qing's words were very interesting. She didn't mention the fight just now. Instead, she asked Ling Xiao as if she was talking about family matters. It's just a misunderstanding. I wonder if Ling Xiao has the honor of knowing this beautiful sister's name?" Ling Xiao said in a polite and gentlemanly manner. "Bastard, who said it's a misunderstanding?" Gu Xiaohe was furious. She felt that Ling Xiao was really a pervert. How dare he take advantage of her? Now, he was looking at Bu Qing in such a presumptuous manner. She wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible to vent her anger. Bu Qing's beautiful eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "I'm Bu Qing. You can call me Bu Qing or Qing Qing." Ling Xiao shamelessly smiled and said, "Qing Qing. Not bad. It's a nice name. Then I'll call you that from now on." He thought to himself, so she's from the Bu clan. Gu Yufei and the ghost child's expressions turned cold. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He actually called the name of the girl they liked so intimately. Bu Qing smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Ling, are you interested in the ancient peak in front?" Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and said, "Of course I'm interested. But I heard that you've sealed it off. I wonder if there's such a thing." "Hee, of course it's sealed off for others. But, it's not a problem for young Master Ling. We don't dare to be careless with someone who dares to challenge the medicine gate." Bu Qing was good with words. She praised Ling Xiao to the heavens. Ling Xiao felt very comfortable. He smiled modestly and said, "Qing Qing is really good at praising me. I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of such praise." The others looked at Ling Xiao, but they didn't see any "not worthy" expression on his face. Instead, he had a smug smile on his face. Bu Qing suddenly changed the topic. She pointed at the peak in front of them and said, "I wonder if young Master Ling is interested in searching for the sovereign pellets with us. I'm sure you can sense the powerful soul power undulations over there. There are many sovereign pellets over there." Ling Xiao was stunned. He couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. However, Ling Xiao was a fearless person. He wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. He nodded and said, "Since Qing Qing thinks so highly of me, I'm naturally interested." "But..." Bu Qing looked at Ling Xiao's hesitant face and asked, "But what?" "But how are we going to split the sovereign pellets?" Ling Xiao asked. "You don't have to worry about that. We'll rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets the most will get it." Bu Qing replied. "Qing Qing, I trust you. I just don't know if these two brothers and the rest of our brothers and sisters are willing to do this." Ling Xiao flattered Bu Qing. "You don't have to worry. They won't have any objections. Bu Qing replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. All right. If that's the case, I'll go with you. At this time, Bu Qing revealed a satisfied smile, but under this smile, there was a hidden scheme. Ling Xiao followed Bu Qing and the others to the foot of the mountain. There were already dozens of people waiting there. When they saw Ling Xiao, all of them revealed unfriendly expressions. At this time, two young men in luxurious clothes and a woman who was as beautiful as Gu Xiaohe and Bu Qing walked over. Why is there an outsider here? Gu Qingfeng of the Gu family asked Bu Qing and the others coldly. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang god cult also looked at Bu Qing, Gu Yufei, and the Japanese, hoping that they could give them a reasonable explanation. Therefore, Bu Qing briefly explained the situation to them. At the same time, she told the three of them that she was just using Ling Xiao. However, Gu Qingfeng obviously did not want Ling Xiao to interfere. Although it would be less dangerous to have a scout, he had a feeling that Ling Xiao would become an uneasy factor in their relationship. The five forces restrained each other and balanced each other. There would not be any trouble, but if there was an unknown expert, it would be troublesome if he joined one of the forces. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng firmly refused to allow Ling Xiao to go with them. Bu Qing, I think we should forget about it. It's enough for us to split this place. He should go back to where he came from. Gu Qingfeng said coldly. He looked at Ling Xiao with a threatening expression. Bu Qing did not know why Gu Qingfeng was against it, but she secretly gave him a look. At the same time, she advised, Brother Gu, with Brother Ling's relationship with the Feng clan and his courage to challenge the Medicine Gate, I think he is qualified to go with us. Brother Gu and Brother Gui have agreed to this. I think the Holy Son and Holy Daughter won't mind, right? I think we should listen to Brother Gu. After all, he is only one person. It is not appropriate for him to go with us. The Holy Son of the Yin-Yang God cult suddenly said. However, he chose to support Gu Qingfeng's opinion. For a moment, Bu Qing did not know what to say. After all, she knew that the Gu clan and the Yin-Yang God cult had a good relationship. Once they joined forces, her voice would be much weaker. Hee, Qing, don't be embarrassed. Since they don't want me to go with you, I will go alone. Ling Xiao smiled and strode towards the mountain peak. How dare you not put me, Gu Qingfeng, in your eyes? Gu Qingfeng shouted. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. A powerful energy blasted towards Ling Xiao's back. Chapter 627. As an outstanding disciple of the Gu clan, Gu Qingfeng had participated in the last imperial ranking tournament with his brothers and sisters. At that time, he had just stepped into the high-level earthly sovereign realm, but he had become one of the top 100 combat emperors in that tournament. Now that 10 years had passed, he hadn't suddenly broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. He had only reached the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. It wasn't that he, Ten Bin, was incapable, but he wanted to make a comeback this time and become one of the top 10 imperial killing emperors. He wanted to win an honorary title for the Gu clan. After all, no one from the Gu clan was among the top 10 imperial killing emperors in the last tournament. The cave abode in front of him was a place that he, the Gu clan, the Bu clan, the Ghost sect, and the Yin-Yang sect had discovered in the last tournament. It gave people a palpitating feeling, and there seemed to be terrifying soul power fluctuations hidden in it. Generally, there would be a lot of emperor pills in such a powerful place. Therefore, the various forces had agreed to enter together to search for emperor pills. In the last tournament, many people from the various forces had entered this cave abode, but none of them had appeared in the end. They were sure that there must be great danger inside, and great opportunities accompanied such great danger. Although they wouldn't encounter any top-grade spiritual flowers or herbs in this vast and boundless space, there were more resources here than in the outside world. Those who had died here were all almighty figures of the four majestic empires, and they all had extraordinary means. Although they had all fallen in this ancient battlefield, who could be sure that they hadn't left behind any inheritance or peerless treasures? It should be known that in the past, there had been some extremely lucky earthly sovereigns who had obtained an inheritance left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse, or obtained an ancient sacred artifact that had been lost a long time ago. These things had already been confirmed, so many earthly sovereigns knew that this place was full of danger, but they still went to these dangerous places like moths to a flame. In addition to fighting for a ranking in the Imperial Ranking Tournament, their other goal was to obtain this peerless opportunity and embark on a glorious path of martial arts. As for Gu Qingfeng and the others, they were fully prepared this time. They would definitely find a way to take everything out of the cave mansion. The Gu clan was on friendly terms with the Yin Yang sect, while the Gu clan was on good terms with the Bu clan. The Ghost Dark sect remained neutral. None of the 5 clans wanted to be the first Pathfinder. The reason why Bu Qing asked Ling Xiao to join them was that she wanted Ling Xiao to be the Pathfinder. However, she didn't expect that Gu Qingfeng would object at this time. Ling Xiao was also out of her expectations. He didn't even care about the Gu clan's face and directly walked towards the mountain peak. Gu Qingfeng was furious and immediately attacked Ling Xiao. A powerful green sword blade stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back. This attack was fast and swift. It was much more powerful than an attack from a peak earthly sovereign. Gu Qingfeng wanted to finish off Ling Xiao with a single move. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng's move was considered a sneak attack. It was already too late for most people to defend themselves. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's defense was, he would still be injured. Gu Xiaohe shouted in his heart, "Kill this damned pervert." With Ling Xiao's agility and reflexes, it wasn't a problem for him to dodge Gu Qingfeng's attack. However, he still walked forward as if he didn't care about Gu Qingfeng's sneak attack at all. Boom! Gu Qingfeng looked at Ling Xiao, who was hit by his powerful attack, and smiled disdainfully. "I thought you had some skills. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Bu Qing, you don't seem to have a good eye." However, as soon as he finished speaking, an even more disdainful voice sounded. "This kind of attack isn't even worthy of making this young master feel itchy. Sigh, these days, the weaker the person, the more arrogant they are. You should really learn from a strong man like this young master. It's better to always keep a low profile." Everyone stared dumbfounded at the gradually fading figure in the distance. Bu Qing came back to her senses and smiled. Hee, young Master Ling is indeed interesting. The more I look, the more I like him." After saying that, she swayed her hips and led the Bu clan's people to follow the slender figure. At this time, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe also led the Gu clan's people to follow. The ghost sect's devil child did not fall behind. "Brother Gu, let's go in as well. Since that brat wants to show off, let's give him a chance. I'm afraid that he won't even have a corpse left." The saint of the Yin Yang sect's face flashed with a smile that was like a spring breeze. He seemed to be very amiable, but who knew that an unknown killing intent flashed in his eyes? Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and looked at Ling Xiao's back with an ashen expression. The thick killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Brat, if I let you walk out of the abyss of war alive, I'll write my name backwards." Gu Qingfeng made a decision in his heart. He was one of the top 100 combat emperors in the previous abyss of war, an old man who had successfully left the abyss of war. Moreover, he was a descendant of the Gu clan. Now that he was being looked down upon by a mid-stage Earth Emperor, it was really hard for him to swallow this anger. However, he still knew how to look at the big picture. Now that he had a conflict with Ling Xiao, he was afraid that it would be disadvantageous for them to enter the cave, so he endured it. If Ling Xiao died inside, then so be it. If he didn't die, then he, Gu Qingfeng, was not someone to be trifled with. Walking on the bare mountain peak, Ling Xiao did not look like he was facing a great enemy. Instead, he looked as if he was sightseeing a beautiful scenery. Behind him, there were 2 inseparable figures following closely like bodyguards. On this mountain peak, Ling Xiao did not see a single resentful spirit, but the more it was like this, the more he felt that there was a great mystery in this mountain peak. Among the young leaders of the 5 major forces behind Ling Xiao, none of them were moving alone with their family members. They were actually following not far behind Ling Xiao, as if they were following Ling Xiao's lead. If other Earth Emperors were to see this scene, their jaws would probably drop to the ground in shock. One had to know that every descendant of the 18 major forces had their eyes on the top of their heads. How could they be willing to follow behind a mid-stage Earth Emperor? Although Ling Xiao did not see their faces, he could imagine the excitement on their faces. None of them were willing to be the vanguard. They all hoped that Ling Xiao could rush into the cave on the mountainside as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao was walking at a snail's pace, which made them extremely angry. "Brat, are you going in or not?" Gu Qingfeng could not help but shout. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He was actually following behind a nobody and eating the dust. The expressions of the saint's son, saintess, Gu Yufei, Gu Xiaohe, and the devil child from the Yin Yang religion turned cold as well. Only Bu Qing still maintained her charming demeanor, as if she was not the slightest bit displeased. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's shout, Ling Xiao simply sat down on the ground as if he was lazy. He ignored Gu Qingfeng and sighed softly, "It's really tiring to climb this mountain. Let's sit down and rest." Ling Xiao's sudden words almost caused the people behind him to fall to the ground. What the hell is he talking about? It's extremely easy for a dignified Earth Emperor rank expert to destroy a mountain, yet he dares to say such words. He's obviously just pretending to be cute. Bu Qing, Gu Xiaohe, and the saintess of the Yin Yang religion could not help but burst into laughter. Bu Qing looked at Ling Xiao with an indescribable expression, and Gu Xiaohe's expression changed slightly as well. They all thought to themselves, this guy actually has a humorous side. Gu Qingfeng's expression was extremely ugly. "If I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Gu anymore." After saying that, a green high-grade longsword appeared in his hand, and he was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could make his move, a gust of wind blew towards him. Everyone felt their vision blur, and the next moment, they found that Ling Xiao was already beside Gu Qingfeng. Not only that, but Gu Qingfeng's neck was already tightly gripped by Ling Xiao, causing his face to turn red. The other 9 people from the Gu family were immediately enraged. "What are you doing? Let Brother Qingfeng go, or you'll be in big trouble. How dare you offend our Gu family, kid? Let Brother Qingfeng go if you know what's good for you. Let him go, or you won't be able to leave this place." Looking at the members of the Gu family who were about to eat him alive, Ling Xiao changed his original lazy look, and a domineering aura exuded from him. "Let me tell you, if you dare to scold me again, I'll make sure that every member of the Gu family dies here." After saying that, his body glowed with a dazzling 5-colored light, and a terrifying aura forced the people around him to take a step back unconsciously. Most of the people present were high-level earthly emperors, and only a few were mid-level earthly emperors. They could all feel the strong pressure from Ling Xiao, and even the aura of a low-level heavenly venerable couldn't make them lose their composure like this. Gu Qingfeng, whose neck was being gripped by Ling Xiao, was even more shocked. Sensing the 5-colored divine light around Ling Xiao, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that Ling Xiao was someone who cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. "Brother Ling, for the sake of the Gu family and our Yin Yang sect, let's forget about this matter. Brother Gu didn't mean to offend you." The saint of the Yin Yang sect stood up and said indifferently. At this time, Bu Qing also spoke up. "That's right, young Master Ling, we can be considered allies for the time being. It's not good for anyone to make such a big fuss, not to mention that there are still Emperor pills waiting for us to find here. If other forces find out about this place, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get more benefits." Ling Xiao had no intention of killing Gu Qingfeng, so he immediately tossed him aside. "Don't think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully just because I'm a little weak. I'm not even afraid of the medicine sect, let alone your Gu family." Ling Xiao glared at Gu Qingfeng and warned. All right. Gu family, listen up. Everyone attack together and kill this arrogant little bastard. I want him to live a life worse than death." Gu Qingfeng shouted in shame and indignation. This time, he had lost all his face, and he could no longer suppress the surging killing intent in his heart. Just as the battle between the Gu family and Ling Xiao was about to start, a strange scene occurred in the cave on the mountainside. Chapter 628. A mountain peak that had its peak flattened. From afar, the dazzling array of scars was a shocking sight. It looked like an old man that had one foot in the grave and could collapse at any time. There was a black cave entrance halfway up the mountain peak. The cave entrance was emitting a corrosive and cold aura. Before this, there had been no movement in the cave. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The cave entrance was like a heaven-devouring beast. A terrifying suction force was released. All the resentful spirits within a radius of 10,000 miles rushed towards the mountain peak at the same time. These resentful spirits that had not dissipated for 10,000 years actually had a look of terror on their faces. It was as if they had met their nemesis. They struggled desperately to escape, but it was a pity that they found it was useless. This scene happened just as the Gu clan was about to make a move on Ling Xiao. Come. Today, I will show the Gu clan what it means to be a frog in a well. I, a mid-stage Earth sovereign, am not a weakling that you can pinch as you please. Ling Xiao no longer cared about anything else and shouted at the Gu clan. In this chaos abyss of war, even if he killed everyone in the Gu clan, no one would dare to say anything. Even if he went outside, it would not be easy for the Gu clan to hunt him down. With his strength, even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. Moreover, he had 3 super bodyguards by his side. If they really angered him, he could directly go and destroy the Gu clan. That would be the end of it. Ling Xiao had an extraordinarily handsome appearance. When he was not serious, he exuded an evil aura that was fatal to women. However, when he was serious, he was like a god of war, which made people worship him even more. No matter what kind of woman he was, they would have the urge to fall in love with him. His body was covered in a layer of 5-color dragon-scale armor. He looked so majestic. With the ice and fire sword in his hand, his murderous intent spread out. His disdainful eyes were filled with a wild and domineering aura. Bu Qing, Gu Xiaohe, and the saintess of the Yin-Yang gods sect were all infatuated with him. They discovered that Ling Xiao was filled with the supreme might of an emperor. They could not help but feel like submitting to him. The others, on the other hand, felt a sense of submission and fear towards Ling Xiao. Their auras could not help but weaken. The Gu clan was stunned. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. Their arrogance seemed to have shrunk by more than half. Gu Qingfeng was worthy of being the leader of the Gu clan. He quickly recovered from his momentary daze and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack together." Just as the Gu clan was about to attack Ling Xiao, Gu Yufei of the Gu clan exclaimed, "Look! What that is!" At Gu Yufei's exclamation, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction he was looking. The countless vengeful spirits were like swallows returning to their nest as they flew towards their mountain peak. It was a black mass of resentful souls. They could not even count how many there were. Moreover, every single one of them had already condensed successfully. Their strength was comparable to a heavenly venerable. Even an emperor stage cultivator would go weak at the sight of such a terrifying swarm of resentful souls, let alone Earth sovereign stage cultivators like them. So many resentful souls. This is too scary. Don't tell me they're coming for us. Quick, run, or it'll be too late. Can we still run? Look, resentful souls are flying towards us from all directions. Is this a nest of resentful souls? Are we really going to die here? I'm not willing to die like this. The expressions of the disciples of the 5 forces changed at the same time, and all of them revealed expressions of extreme shock. No matter how strong they were, facing these inhumane and incomparably powerful resentful souls, there were times when they were afraid. Don't worry. Look, they're being sucked in by the hole. Bu Qing was indeed a heroine. She was bold and meticulous enough to discover the crux of the matter. Guizi nodded his head heavily and said, "That's right. Those resentful souls seemed to be very afraid. They were sucked in by the hole. Everyone, calm down and quickly hide your auras. The people from the Gu clan could no longer care about fighting with Ling Xiao. All of them hid their auras, afraid that they would be sucked in by the hole. The people from the five forces silently watched as the resentful souls were swallowed into the hole one by one. Their faces turned incomparably pale. Even the domineering Ling Xiao couldn't help but retract his aura and stare at the hole with a serious expression. He thought to himself, what a powerful soul force fluctuation. This is definitely a remnant soul above the Emperor stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such power. Any remnant soul that could reach the Emperor stage was definitely a terrifying supreme expert when they were alive. Their strength when they were alive was definitely 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than their current state of soul force. Previously, Ling Xiao had encountered the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor, so their strength when they were alive was definitely not at the quasi-emperor level. At the very least, they had to be at the Emperor stage to be able to condense such a high-level remnant soul. And the remnant soul that had reached the Emperor stage in this cave abode was probably at least a peak Emperor stage or even a Saint stage super expert when they were alive. The entrance of the cave emitted a formless pressure and a sinister aura, making it hard for people to breathe. It was as if there were demons from the 9 hells in the cave abode, causing people to feel cold and fearful. The hole absorbed the vengeful souls for an entire 2 hours before stopping. A small portion of the vengeful souls that hadn't been absorbed started to fly away like frightened birds, not paying any attention to the dozens of people between the mountain peaks. When everything calmed down, everyone sat on the ground as if they had lost their strength. Their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Only the leaders of the 5 great powers and Ling Xiao were still standing without losing their composure. Should we still go in? Bu Qing asked with a bitter smile. The others had complicated expressions on their faces. They knew that there would definitely be great danger here, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. It actually absorbed so many high-level vengeful souls and produced such a terrifying pressure that really made them feel like they were going to collapse. Although they knew that great danger would be accompanied by great opportunities, such opportunities weren't open to everyone. Only those who had the fighting spirit and conviction to fight to the death would have a chance. Otherwise, no one could easily obtain such opportunities. Ling Xiao seemed as if he didn't hear Bu Qing's words. He actually ignored everyone and started to walk towards the entrance of the cave alone. The leaders of the 5 great powers couldn't help but look at this bold figure with admiration. Gu Qingfeng came here for the cave abode, so he naturally had no reason to retreat at this time. All of you stay. I'm going up. If I don't come out in half a month, all of you can leave first. Gu Qingfeng spoke as if he was facing death with equanimity. Then, without turning back, he followed her. The others looked at each other, then Gu Yufei also made up his mind and said, "Little sister, you guys stay. I want to see what's inside." Just as Gu Yufei was about to leave, Gu Xiaohe pulled him back and said, "Brother, I want to go with you." "No, there's great danger inside. I can't let you take the risk," Gu Yufei said with a firm attitude. "Brother, if I don't go in, you will be in even more danger. With me around, nothing will happen to us," Gu Xiaohe replied firmly. Gu Yufei hesitated for a moment as if he thought of something. In the end, he nodded his head and said, "All right, but you must listen to me when we're inside. You can't act recklessly." Gu Xiaohe nodded and then followed Gu Qingfeng. The others of the Gu clan stayed behind. Bu Qing also hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she brought out her heroism and followed the others. Unexpectedly, there were also 2 peak earthly emperor realm experts from the Bu clan who followed her. The others stayed behind. The ghost child of the ghost sect actually chose to withdraw from this competition. He simply led his people away from the mountain and went to look for another sovereign pill. The ghost child sneered in his heart, "They're all courting death. It seems that there are a few less powerful opponents in the top 10. The saint and saintess of the Yin Yang sect looked at each other. In the end, they didn't leave like the ghost child did. The two of them also followed the ghost child into the cave while the others stayed behind. The cave was halfway up the mountain. The entrance of the cave wasn't particularly big and could only accommodate 2 or 3 people at the same time. There were some piles of rocks in front of the entrance. It seemed that they were used to cover the entrance of the cave but were later removed by someone. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a gust of terrifying cold wind blew out, making people feel extremely cold. The entrance of the cave was like a bottomless black hole. One couldn't see its depth at a glance. It was pitch black and looked extremely gloomy. Ling Xiao stopped at the entrance of the cave and the others followed suit. He closed his eyes and scanned the cave with his spiritual force like a tidal wave. His spiritual force continued to extend downwards, hoping to find something. This cave is so deep. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as his spiritual force was about to reach the bottom of the cave, a terrifying rebounding force slammed against Ling Xiao's spiritual force. Pooh! The rebounding force was extremely terrifying. Before Ling Xiao could cut off the connection with his spiritual force, he was immediately hit by the rebounding force. He felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body instantly withered and he swallowed it. His face was incomparably pale. The people behind him couldn't help but take a few steps back at the same time. They thought that the cave was doing something strange and devouring again. When everyone saw that Ling Xiao had swallowed golden blood, they couldn't help but feel strange. On the other hand, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe revealed an imperceptible look of surprise. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was slightly different. "Young Master Ling, what's going on?" Bu Qing couldn't help but ask. Ling Xiao lightly shook his aching head and said, "There should be a remnant soul at or above the Emperor's stage down there. It could also be a living creature. Think carefully about whether you want to go in or not. I'm going to rest for a while." After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly sat down to repair the damage to his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness was hundreds of times stronger than others. Otherwise, just the rebounding force from that attack would have been enough to kill him. Playing tricks. So what if it's a remnant soul at the Emperor stage? Gu Qingfeng ignored Ling Xiao's words. His body was surrounded by the light of his attribute and he plunged into the cave. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect seemed to be afraid that Gu Qingfeng would get to the things inside first, so they followed without hesitation. Chapter 629. After Gu Qingfeng entered, the rest of the group's expressions darkened. Although they were not as perceptive as Ling Xiao, they had already sensed the terror of this place. However, since they had already come this far, there was no way they could back down now. The saint and the saintess looked at each other and immediately disappeared into the cave. Bu Qing glanced at Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe, who did not move, and asked, "Brother Gu, Sister Gu, are you going in?" Gu Yufei glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "We'll wait for Brother Ling before we go in." Beside him, Gu Xiaohe also nodded lightly. Bu Qing did not know what Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe were planning. She looked at the meditating Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then let's wait for young Master Ling." Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was injured, and this kind of injury was much more difficult to heal compared to physical injuries. Moreover, this injury was much more serious than before. Although the spirit-controlling art had the healing ability, it was not something that could be healed in a short time. It only took Ling Xiao a quarter of an hour to stabilize his injuries before he stood up. Ling Xiao looked at Bu Qing, Gu Yufei, and Gu Xiaohe who had not entered the cave yet, and said, "I advise you to leave. This place is not something you can handle." Although he knew that Bu Qing had accepted him because she wanted to make use of him, he could not help but advise them because of his love for beauty. "Then, are you going or not?" Gu Xiaohe, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Ling Xiao glanced at Gu Xiaohe and shook his head. "Although this place is dangerous, it is not enough for me, Ling Xiao, to retreat." After saying that, he began to walk towards the cave entrance. Gu Xiaohe's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration, and she said, since you are not afraid, of course we are not. I'll go with you. After saying that, she immediately followed Ling Xiao. Bu Qing looked at Gu Xiaohe in confusion. She could not understand why she, who was filled with murderous intent towards Ling Xiao just a moment ago, suddenly became so kind. Could it be that this girl has taken a fancy to Ling Xiao? Bu Qing guessed in her mind. Before she could figure it out, Gu Yufei also walked in. Bu Qing didn't think too much about it. She waved to the two Bu family members behind her and followed them in. The interior of the cave was filled with a gloomy and damp air, and the smell of corrosion was especially strong. It was pitch black, making it difficult for people to see further, and they couldn't even see the road in front of them. Ling Xiao had green pupils, so the darkness here was not an obstacle for him and his constitution. The others took out their spirit tools one after another, illuminating their surroundings. There was nothing special about the surrounding rock walls. There wasn't even a single lizard crawling on them. There wasn't even a single weed. It was all smooth and protruding. However, a gust of cold wind would occasionally blow out from the cave, and the sound of it would make one's hair stand on end. Gu Xiaohe was standing closer to Ling Xiao. Half of her curvaceous body was leaning against Ling Xiao's other side. Her body was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared. Ling Xiao smelled the faint scent of a woman, and his tense mind relaxed a lot. Ah! Suddenly, Gu Xingxiao let out a scream and hugged Ling Xiao's arm. Little sister, what's wrong? Gu Yufei immediately came forward and asked anxiously. Ling Xiao also looked at Gu Xiaohe with a puzzled expression. Bu Qing and the two people behind her also became nervous. There's something under my feet. Gu Xiaohe looked like she was about to cry. She didn't have the majestic expression she had when she was chasing after Ling Xiao. Now, she was completely like a frightened little girl, and people couldn't help but feel pity for her. Everyone looked at Gu Xiaohe's feet, and to their surprise, they saw an exquisite bony palm above her feet. The bony palm seemed to have stretched out from the ground. Half of it was above Gu Xiaohe's feet and the other half was underground, so they couldn't see it clearly. Don't worry, it's just a bony palm. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Xiaohe's frightened expression, and he couldn't help but pat her shoulder a few times to comfort her. Gu Yufei also said, yes, people have come here before, so it's not surprising to see bones. Little sister, if you're afraid, it's not too late to leave now. No. I'm not afraid, I'm just nervous, Gu Xiaohe shook her head and said. As she said that, she couldn't help but grab Ling Xiao's sleeve tightly, as if Ling Xiao could bring her a sense of security. Only Bu Qing, who was an observant woman, noticed this detail. The cave was indeed very deep, and it seemed to extend downwards without an end in sight. After walking for half an hour, they still hadn't reached the end. Along the way, they came across many skeletons. From their clothes, it wasn't difficult to tell that they were the earthly sovereign who had died here in the past. The deeper they went, the stronger the chilly wind became. Moreover, the aura of hostility and oppression gradually became more unbearable. The few of them exerted their full strength and carefully went deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, they finally saw Gu Qingfeng and the holy son and holy daughter of the Yin Yang god religion. The place they were in had become spacious, as if it was the hall of a cave abode. It was not a problem for it to accommodate dozens of people. Colorful beads were placed around the cave abode, illuminating the inside of the cave abode. Gu Qingfeng and the other two didn't seem surprised when they saw Ling Xiao and the others coming in. Is this the bottom of the cave? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and murmured. He looked around and found that there were dozens of skeletons and some scattered spiritual weapons. They must have been left behind when they died. Apart from these, there seemed to be nothing special. However, on the other side of the cave, there were 3 huge entrances, which seemed to lead to deeper areas. Gu Qingfeng and the holy son and holy daughter of the Yin Yang god religion stayed here, probably because they couldn't decide which passage to take. When Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the center of the cave, the entrance behind them suddenly flashed with a light curtain, sealing the entrance. Everyone was instantly shocked. The road behind is blocked. Bu Qing cried out in alarm. Let's see if we can destroy it. Gu Yufei frowned, then walked back with dragon-like tiger steps. Then, he roared and a golden fist instantly surged out of his arm. The golden fist hit the light curtain, causing a rumbling sound. After the punch, the light curtain still didn't have the slightest damage. Gu Yufei was unwilling to give up. A high-rank spiritual spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the light curtain with all his strength again. Puff! This time, Gu Yufei hit the light curtain, but was rebounded by the powerful energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a faint golden color in the blood. What a powerful restriction, I can't break it. Gu Yufei wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said faintly. Everyone's expression changed, and they revealed expressions of panic. Since there is no way out, we can only move forward. Ling Xiao said faintly. There were 3 paths now, but everyone didn't know which one to choose. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the 3 paths, he closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment. Then, he walked into the leftmost cave. However, at this time, a hoarse voice sounded, "How dare you disturb this king's eternal sleep? You all deserve to die." As soon as the voice fell, the light inside the cave flashed, and the scene inside the cave instantly changed. Everyone seemed to have arrived in a world of blood sea. Blood people and corpses emerged from the sea of blood. This world was very similar to the blood demon world of the cruel leopard, but the scale of this world seemed to be bigger and more terrifying than the cruel leopard's blood demon world. These blood people and corpses carried a strong hostility and rushed towards them. Although everyone was afraid, they felt that the scene in front of them should be an illusion. Don't panic, this should be an illusion. As long as we can guard our minds, we will be fine in a while. Gu Qingfeng shouted at the saint and saintess of the Yin Yang God sect. He immediately closed his eyes and focused his mind. The others also closed their eyes and focused their minds, waiting for the illusion to be broken. However, these blood people and corpses seemed to be real. They kept grabbing and biting at their bodies, as if they wanted to eat all of them alive. Although everyone knew that this was an illusion, they could still feel the pain of being bitten and the disgusting scene. This made them extremely unbearable. However, they were all outstanding talents of the 18 major forces. Finally, when they could not bear it anymore, their aura suddenly rose, and they shook off the blood people and corpses. A bottle of medicine appeared in their hands, and they immediately applied it to their eyes. This was an illusion-dispelling potion, which could let people see through all illusions. As expected, after applying the illusion-dispelling potion, the blood demon world immediately disappeared in front of them. Everyone weakly sat on the ground, their expressions incomparably pale. Only Ling Xiao did not collapse. His eyes flashed with green light as he stared at the largest hole on the left. He seemed to see what was in the hole, and his expression became extremely nervous. Do you think you will be fine after breaking the illusion? You are too naive. The hoarse voice sounded again. Then, the cave began to shake, as if something was about to come out from the passage in the middle. Everyone immediately jumped up from the ground as if they were facing a great enemy, and stared at the hole nervously. A huge skeleton ran out from the hole in the middle. It was a skeleton in the shape of a dragon. It was about 10 meters long, and it almost occupied the entire cave. On top of the skeleton's head, there was a beast core that was the size of 2 heads. The skeleton and the beast core looked very strange. No one expected this skeleton to be able to run freely like a living thing. The dragon's head opened and closed a few times, making a few sounds of bones and teeth striking each other. Then, it fiercely charged at them. There was not much space to move around in the hole, and the dragon skeleton only needed to move its body to force everyone to dodge. What can a mere dead thing do to me? Gu Qingfeng raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at one side of the skeleton. Clang! The long sword collided with the skeleton, and a metallic sound was heard. Chapter 630. The weapon in Gu Mingfeng's hand was a low-tier 7th-tier spirit weapon, so one could imagine how sturdy it was. However, his full-powered strike was unable to damage the skeletal dragon's skeleton at all. Gu Mingfeng could not help but feel shocked as he quickly retreated. However, the skeletal dragon's tail was already sweeping towards him at an incredible speed. In this narrow space, Gu Mingfeng did not have any extra space to dodge. However, he wouldn't be defeated just like that. A cyan shield appeared in his hand. Smack! The tail smashed against the shield, and Gu Mingfeng was sent crashing into the rock wall by the terrifying force. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The others did not stay idle either. They all unleashed their strongest attacks at the skeletal dragon. As the space was not big, the emperors did not blindly use large-scale elemental attacks. Most of them used the might of their spirit weapons to fight the skeletal dragon, hoping to destroy it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the skeletal dragon's skeleton had already exceeded their expectations. It was invulnerable to weapons and was difficult to damage. Although this skeletal dragon did not have the terrifying attack power it had when it was alive, every bone in its body seemed to be an offensive weapon. Whether it bit, rammed, or swept. In this narrow space, all of them could cause great harm to the crowd. At this moment, a bony claw slapped towards Gu Xiaohe's face, who could not dodge in time. If Gu Xiaohe was really hit, even if she did not die, her face would be disfigured. On the other side, Gu Yufei was enraged and shouted, "Little sister, dodge." He raised his spear to save her, but he could not catch up to her in terms of speed. Gu Xiaohe was so scared that her face turned pale. She knew that she could not dodge anymore, so she could only close her eyes and wait for death to come. However, at this moment, a figure dashed out like the wind and saved Gu Xiaohe before the bony claw landed on her face. Stop attacking its skeleton, attack the beast core in its head with all your might. As long as the beast core is broken, it will collapse on its own. Ling Xiao shouted loudly as he carried Gu Xiaohe in one arm. The others suddenly came to a realization. The beast core should be the energy supporting the bone dragon's attack. As long as it was destroyed, the bone dragon would definitely be destroyed as well. With Ling Xiao's rich battle experience, he was able to see through the crux of the matter with a single glance. As for the rest of them, they were all outstanding youths of major powers. Although their battle prowess wasn't weak, in terms of experience, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao. The few of them couldn't care less. They immediately gathered their powerful elemental attacks and blasted it towards the flickering beast core on the skeletal dragon's head. Boom, boom, boom. Although their attacks were very powerful, the energy contained in the beast core seemed to be very powerful as well. They were unable to destroy it for a while, but they greatly weakened the bone dragon's attack power. However, while the bone dragon was fighting back, one of the Bu family's earthly sovereigns had his arms scratched off by the bone claw, and the others had more or less suffered internal injuries. The situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was watching the battle intently with Gu Xiaohe in his arms. Little did he know that his arm was wrapped around Gu Xiaohe's ample bosom. Gu Xiaohe's face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. If it was any other time, she would have killed this lecher who had taken advantage of her with a single palm. But now, she couldn't summon the slightest bit of killing intent. Instead, her heart was beating wildly, causing her heart to be in chaos. Previously, Ling Xiao had kissed her butt, which made her think that Ling Xiao was an extremely daring pervert. She really wanted to stab him to death. However, when Ling Xiao released his terrifying aura to suppress Ling Xiao, she felt that Ling Xiao was very domineering. When she looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face again, she was slightly intoxicated. Then, when she saw Ling Xiao spit out the golden blood, she realized that she might have some kind of relationship with Ling Xiao. Therefore, she weakened her killing intent toward Ling Xiao. Now that she was rescued by Ling Xiao, her heart was filled with reluctance. Stand behind me first. I will destroy this bone dragon. A solemn look flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He pulled Gu Xiaohe behind him and the ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. Go! Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and shouted. He threw the ice and fire sword out. The ice and fire sword pierced the huge beast core of the bone dragon like a rainbow. Since they had attracted the bone dragon's attack, the ice and fire sword accurately pierced the beast core. However, the ice and fire sword could not destroy it with one strike. However, Ling Xiao did not just attack it with one strike. He used his mind to control the ice and fire sword and slashed at the beast core. If one strike could not destroy it, he would use 2 strikes. If 2 strikes could not destroy it, he would use 4 strikes. He was determined to destroy the beast core. The few people here all saw that strange sword continuously slashing at the beast core, and their expressions all became astonished. Unity of man and weapon. Gu Xiaohe, who was behind Ling Xiao, could not help but exclaim with her mouth covered. The others looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and exclaimed in his heart, "This guy must not be allowed to live." Under the continuous attacks of the ice and fire sword, the beast core was finally destroyed. However, the explosion caused by the forceful destruction of the beast core was quite terrifying. Everyone in the cave was affected. Boom! Everyone already knew this would happen, so they had already raised their defense to the highest level. When everything dissipated, most of the people had slammed into the surrounding rock walls in a sorry state. Their complexions were incomparably pale, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Their clothes were damaged to varying degrees, and they looked indescribably sorry. In order to protect Gu Xiaohe, who was behind him, Ling Xiao had also suffered a heavy blow on his back. Fortunately, only his clothes were torn, and he did not suffer any serious injuries. It was not that Ling Xiao had any designs on Gu Xiaohe, but he had the same thought as Gu Xiaohe. There must be some kind of relationship between them. At the same time, he had always thought of himself as a man who cherished flowers. Of course, he did not want to see Gu Xiaohe get hurt. Gu Xiaohe could feel Ling Xiao's safe and steady body protecting her. A feeling that she had never felt before spread throughout her body. Her heart was beating wildly. Are you all right? Gu Xiaohe looked up at the handsome man in front of her and asked with concern. Ling Xiao shook his head and let go of Gu Xiaohe. He turned around with a doubtful expression. Gu Yufei quickly rushed to Gu Xiaohe's side. "Little sister, are you all right?" At this moment, everyone in the cave started to gather around Ling Xiao. Among them, Ling Xiao was the only one who had not suffered any injuries. Seeing how calm he was, they could only place their hopes on him. "I don't believe that a mere remnant soul like you can take my life." Gu Qingfeng revealed a crazed expression as a large, jade-green hammer appeared in his hand. This big hammer had a strong elemental fluctuation, and a human figure slowly appeared on top of the big hammer. Bu Qing looked at the hammer and could not help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Brother Gu to take out his family's half-step sacred weapon. No wonder he was willing to barge in here." Gu Qingfeng glanced at Bu Qing and the others and said, "You guys don't need to hide anymore. If we can't kill this powerful remnant soul, we will all die here. We should work together to kill it first." Bu Qing nodded, looked at the others, and took out a semicircular treasure. The treasure was only the size of a palm, but the energy it emitted was extraordinary. Waves of blue light flickered, illuminating the cave in a blue hue. "So it's the sacred sky light shield. Great. With it, we can definitely break through this damned place." Gu Qingfeng looked at the item in Bu Qing's hand and said happily. The others also revealed a happy expression. Clearly, they recognized the treasure in Bu Qing's hand. "I'll defend against your attacks." Bu Qing casually tossed the sacred heaven light barrier in her hand, and blue light was emitted once again, enveloping everyone. Shockingly, it was a defensive half-step holy artifact, and it could resist attacks of any element at or below the emperor rank. Of course, Bu Qing's strength was not enough to last too long. After all, she was only an earth sovereign. If it weren't for the fact that her life was in danger, she would never have taken out the sacred sky light shield. At this time, the yin-yang religion's holy son and holy maiden also signaled to each other, and each took out a peak 7th order sword spirit artifact from their space rings. Although they were not as dazzling as the two half-step sacred weapons, their offensive power was definitely top-notch. The swords in their hands were one of water and one of fire, yin and yang in harmony, allowing them to display their greatest power. Since ancient times, the yin-yang religion's holy son and holy maiden had cultivated the yin-yang sacred scripture, so it was not difficult for them to kill enemies above their realm. Therefore, the others did not look down on them. After all, not every great force was willing to let their juniors squander their half-step sacred weapons. On the Gu family's side, Gu Yufei did not take any action, instead looking at his little sister and saying, "Xiaohe, take it out, or we'll all die." Gu Xiaohe nodded, her space ring flashed, and a simple and unadorned golden spear appeared in front of everyone. This golden spear seemed to have been around for many years, and it looked rather old. There was no fluctuation of spiritual qi at all, as if it was just an ordinary spear. But then, Gu Xiaohe made a shocking move. Her aura surged, and a mouthful of blood essence sprayed from her little mouth. The blood essence landed on the spear. Swoosh! A golden light immediately bloomed. This golden light instantly overshadowed the light of the other weapons, making them look much dimmer. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression assaulted everyone's hearts. Roar! The shadow of a golden dragon suddenly appeared, and a dragon's roar shook the cave. This was a golden dragon with 8 claws, and its aura was many times stronger than the bone dragon just now. The Gu family's golden dragon spear. Except for Ling Xiao, the others recognized the origin of this spear, and they all exclaimed in unison. Looking at their expressions, it was not difficult to guess that the grade of this golden dragon spear had exceeded the scope of the weapons in their hands. This was a true sacred weapon, and the half-step sacred weapons in Gu Qingfeng and Bu Qing's hands could not be compared to it. Chapter 631. The Golden Dragon Spear was the Gu clan's most famous sacred artifact, and it was widely known in the central region. 5,000 years ago, its appearance shocked everyone in the central region. At that time, a hidden aristocratic family clashed with the Gu clan, and the hidden aristocratic family's strength was rather powerful. They actually had a saint-level patriarch. This patriarch thought that he was more powerful than others, and actually led his men to attack the Gu clan to demand justice. However, this patriarch was indeed arrogant when he arrived at the Gu clan. Unfortunately, he was killed by a high-level ancestor-level mystic emperor from the Gu clan. A mystic emperor killing a saint-level expert sounded unbelievable, but it had actually happened before. The Gu clan's emperor-level expert had used the golden dragon spear to kill the saint-level expert with a single move. No one could tell what rank the saint golden dragon spear was, but no one would treat it as an ordinary low-rank saint artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through a saint artifact's defense. The Golden Dragon Spear became famous in the central region after that battle, and it also raised the Gu clan's ranking slightly. However, the Gu clan's patriarch who used the Golden Dragon Spear did not break through to the saint level, and after his death, no one else obtained the Golden Dragon Spear's recognition, and the Golden Dragon Spear went silent like an ordinary weapon. Of course, not many people knew the inside story. Moreover, a sacred artifact of this grade was the clan's treasure, and they would not use it unless they were in danger. They would not let a junior use it. Now that Gu Xiaohe was able to take out the Golden Dragon Spear, everyone was shocked. Just as Gu Xiaohe took out the Golden Dragon Spear, the hoarse voice sounded again, "What a familiar aura. It's the aura of the Dragon Spear. Good, good. I never thought that after thousands of years, someone would actually return my dragon spear. For great adamantine warriors, snatch the dragon spear back for this king. Since when did the royal family's possession belong to a lowly commoner? What does he mean by that?" Gu Xiaohe gripped the golden dragon spear tightly in his hand as he struggled to speak. Gu Yufei faintly sensed something and frowned. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't waste time. Little sister, quickly break the restrictions here and get out, or else we'll all die here." "Gu Yufei, what are you afraid of?" Since we have the golden dragon spear, it's best to destroy this remnant soul. There must be a lot of monarch pills and treasures inside. Gu Qingfeng said with a frenzied expression. It seemed that he was determined to plunder everything inside before he was willing to give up. At this time, a muffled commotion came from the hole in the middle. Needless to say, something terrible was about to come out. Little sister, hurry up and break the restriction here. Gu Yufei called out to Gu Xiaohe again. Gu Xiaohe did not dare to hesitate. She used all her strength to lift the golden dragon spear. It was as if the golden dragon spear weighed millions of kilograms. She seemed to be struggling to lift it. Then, she stabbed at the light barrier behind her. Rumble. A solid 8-clawed golden dragon rushed out of the golden dragon spear and slammed into the restriction at the exit. When this terrifying golden dragon appeared, it was as if they had seen a real dragon appear in the world, making them feel extremely insignificant. That power made them feel that if they were to be touched by even a little bit of it, not even their dregs would be left. The cave abode shook violently. Sure enough, the restrictive spell had been destroyed. However, everyone was shaken by the aura and could not rush out of the cave immediately. Gu Xiaohe was severely injured and the golden dragon spear had fallen from his hand, returning to its normal state. Gu Xiaohe was severely injured and the golden dragon spear had fallen to the side, returning to its normal state. At this time, the things in the middle cave finally appeared in front of everyone. They were 4 tall corpses. Their bodies were still there, but their skin and flesh were shriveled. They looked extremely hideous and frightening. These 4 corpses were all wearing heavy armor and holding ancient spears in their hands. The armor and spears were shining with powerful spiritual energy. They did not lose their luster because of the erosion of time. The moment everyone saw the battle armor and long spear, they knew that they were not ordinary items. At the very least, they were top-notch spirit weapons. Guard the exit and do not let them leave. The dragon spear must not fall into the hands of these lowly commoners. The hoarse voice sounded again. As soon as the voice faded away, Gu Yufei grabbed Gu Xiaohe and cried out in alarm, "Little sister, run! Big brother, the golden dragon spear is still there!" Gu Xiaohe cried out. She wanted to grab the golden dragon spear, but Gu Yufei had already pulled her out of the cave. Bu Qing also exclaimed, "Let's go out too." She knew that it was impossible. The danger here was beyond her imagination. If they did not escape now, only death would await them. Bu Qing pushed the sacred light barrier and rushed out of the cave. The 2 people behind her did not dare to hesitate and immediately followed her. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang god cult did not dare to stay any longer. They ran madly toward the cave. The cave that could only accommodate 2 people suddenly became very crowded. However, before they could reach the entrance of the cave, the 2 dried corpses were faster than all of them. They sealed the entrance of the cave before they could reach it. "Get out of my way." Gu Yufei stabbed his spear at one of the corpses. Rumble. The sharp and powerful golden light fiercely bombarded the dried corpse. This was a full-force attack from a peak Earth Emperor. Even a half-step exalted level expert would not dare to let it hit him. However, this corpse did not dodge and took the attack head-on. When the golden light dissipated, the corpse was completely unscathed. Moreover, its shriveled hand had grabbed the spear. Roar! The corpse roared and exerted force to pull Gu Yufei's spear over. Gu Yufei's body leaned forward uncontrollably, and the corpse's other hand reached out. Bang! The corpse's palm struck Gu Yufei's body and produced a muffled groan. Gu Yufei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. Gu Xiaohe, who was grabbing onto him, quickly pulled him back. Unfortunately, the corpse's palm was extremely terrifying. Even Gu Xiaohe could not hold Gu Yufei's body. The 2 of them were smashed into the stone wall at the same time. On the other side, Bu Qing and her earthly sovereign were protected by the sacred light barrier. However, the strength of the corpse was far too terrifying. Bu Qing's complexion grew paler and paler as her fists slammed into the heavenly barrier of holy light. It was clear that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The two earthly sovereigns of her clan attacked the corpse at the same time, but they weren't able to do much damage to it. This was because the defensive capabilities of the corpse's full set of battle armor were far too abnormal. Even if they attacked with high-grade spiritual weapons, they still weren't able to destroy the corpse. Behind them, Gu Qingfeng was barely able to deal with one of the corpses with his half-grade sacred tool. The saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang cult used the sacred Yin-Yang technique to fight against one of the corpses. However, they seemed to be having a hard time. It was likely that they would not be able to resist the corpse that was not afraid of death. In addition to the astonishing defense of the corpses, their combat strength was also much stronger than all the earthly sovereigns. Even heavenly venerables were stronger. Almost everyone was caught in a great crisis. At this time, Ling Xiao was about to step forward to help the Gu siblings. However, he found that their combat strength had increased at the same time. It really is the ancient emperor's divine art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the two golden Jiao dragons emerging from Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's bodies. He finally knew why the Gu siblings gave him a familiar feeling. It turned out that they had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine art like him. However, their cultivation realm did not seem to be high. They should have only reached the third transformation, the viscera refinement realm. The increase in their combat strength was only 1 or 2 times higher than before. Little sister, I'll keep it busy. You take the opportunity to escape. Gu Yufei was heavily injured by the mummy's attack. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiritual armor and had the help of the ancient emperor's divine art, so he did not die immediately. He was worried about his little sister's life. He immediately shouted and charged at the mummy again. I don't need it. If we want to leave, we'll leave together. Gu Xiaohe was also a stubborn person. She ignored her brother's words and made a sound of acknowledgement. Then, she dashed towards the golden dragon spear not far away, planning to use it to destroy the mummy. On Bu Qing's side, her heavenly light barrier's defense was getting weaker and weaker. She would not have enough energy to maintain it if she took another 2 hits. Little sister Qing, you guys leave. I'll stay here to stop it. The earthly sovereign with a broken arm shouted at Bu Qing. Then, he threw himself at the dried corpse and hugged it tightly. From the looks of it, he was willing to sacrifice his life in exchange for the lives of the other 2 members of the Bu family. The mummy fiercely slapped the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan who was hugging it. The palm directly penetrated the earthly sovereign's body. Blood kept flowing out, but the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan still hugged the mummy tightly. His body began to swell. It seemed that he wanted to destroy the mummy even if he had to self-destruct. Bu Fan, you. Bu Qing's throat seemed to be blocked by something. Seeing her family members sacrificing themselves for her, she felt extremely sad. Little sister Qing, let's go. We can't let Bu Fan's sacrifice be in vain. The other earthly sovereign of the Bu clan grabbed Bu Qing's hand and flew out. At this moment, the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan exclaimed, let's go to hell together. Rumble. The explosion of the peak earthly sovereign caused the cave mansion to shake slightly. Everything inside the cave mansion disappeared. The few people who were fighting were also sent flying by the shockwave. However, the mummy was not destroyed. Only one of its arms was blown off, but it could still continue to fight. Gu Xiaohe was also unable to retrieve the golden dragon spear due to the self-destruction of the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan. She was hit by the shockwave and fell to the side. However, she couldn't care less. Just as she was about to pick up the golden dragon spear again, someone was faster than her and snatched the golden dragon spear. The golden dragon spear of the Gu clan. Now let me see how powerful it is. The person who picked up the golden dragon spear was none other than Gu Qingfeng of the Gu clan. He did not intend to return the golden dragon spear to Gu Xiaohe. Instead, he held it and stabbed it towards a mummy. Chapter 632. Unfortunately, when the golden dragon spear stabbed the mummy, it didn't release any attack energy. It didn't cause any damage to the mummy at all. This time, Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He had poured all his energy into the spear just now. Even if the golden dragon spear didn't display the power of a sacred tool, it should have at least displayed his strength. However, his strength was like mud entering the sea. It didn't have any effect at all. The mummy grabbed the golden dragon spear with one hand and thrust the spear at Gu Qingfeng with the other. Gu Qingfeng decisively abandoned the golden dragon spear and hurriedly swung the big hammer in his other hand to meet the attack. On the other side, the Yin-Yang sect's holy son and saintess fought against the mummy while retreating toward the cave entrance. However, the mummy that had blocked the Bu family's path earlier attacked them. Previously, they had been able to resist it when it was 2 against 1. However, now that it was 2 against 2, they quickly showed signs of defeat. The saintess' shoulder was injured by one of the mummies, and her combat strength dropped rapidly. The holy son cursed inwardly, "Oh no, this mummy is too strong." Then, he took out a heavenly lightning seed from his spatial ring. The heavenly lightning seed's power was too terrifying. If he used it here, they would be killed by the power of the heavenly lightning seed before the mummy was destroyed. "Holy son, what are you doing?" The saintess exclaimed when she saw the heavenly lightning seed that the holy son had taken out while dodging the mummy's attack. The holy son replied in shock, "I'm going to destroy this place. Only then will we have a chance to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the heavenly lightning seed in his hand toward the cave entrance on the left. "Explode, you damned bastard," the holy son shouted ferociously. He felt that as long as he could destroy or injure the remnant souls inside, these mummies would naturally collapse on their own. However, before the heavenly lightning seed that he threw out could land on the cave entrance, it seemed to be affected by something and automatically bounced back toward the holy son. The holy son's eyes widened when he saw the heavenly lightning seed that suddenly flew back. He was horrified. No. He wanted to dodge it, but the heavenly lightning seed's rebound speed was too fast. It landed right in front of him and exploded. Strip them all. Ling Xiao had been keeping an eye on all the movements. He immediately caught sight of Tian Lazy flying back and cried out in surprise. At the same time, he flew over to Gu Xiaohe and hugged her, pressing her under his body. Rumble. The earth-shattering explosion sound was particularly terrifying in the narrow cave abode. The sound reverberated endlessly in the tens of meters wide space, making people feel particularly ear-piercing and uncomfortable. When everything disappeared, there were only 4 people left out of the original 6. The 4 of them were Ling Xiao, Gu Xiaohe, Gu Yufei, and Gu Qingfeng. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang god cult had been blown to smithereens in the explosion just now, and the corpse closest to them had lost a head as well. It had finally lost its support and collapsed. In order to protect Gu Xiaohe, Ling Zhao's back was blasted into a bloody mess. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Gu Yufei and Gu Qingfeng were similarly heavily injured and would probably not have the strength to fight anymore. Under Ling Zhao's protection, Gu Xiaohe's injuries were the lightest. His battle strength was still preserved. The other 3 corpses were still completely unscathed and continued to chase after them. At this moment, Ling Xiao could no longer conceal his aura and hide in a corner. He pulled Gu Xiaohe behind him and said, "Stay here." Then, he ignored the injuries on his back and unleashed all his battle strength. Cultivating all 5 elements at the same time could increase his combat power by 5 times, and the advanced ancient Emperor Divine Art could increase his combat power by 8 times. In total, he had 13 times his combat power. A golden dragon shadow roared out, and a golden dragon fist punched towards the head of the mummy. This time, Ling Xiao chose to engage in close combat with the corpse. Of course, the corpse would not sit still and let Ling Xiao hit it. It stabbed its spear at Ling Xiao emotionlessly. Ling Xiao dodged it skillfully. The spear tip brushed past his clothes while his golden dragon fist punched the face of the corpse. Bang! The mummy's head was smashed by Ling Xiao's fist. Ling Xiao did not plan to let it go just like that. He was afraid that this damned thing still had the ability to fight. He punched the corpse repeatedly and finally kicked it away. Ling Xiao dashed towards Gu Yufei, who was about to be stabbed by the corpse, and kicked it away. Then, he pulled Gu Yufei back to Gu Xiaohe's side. At this moment, the corpse that Ling Xiao had punched let out a series of muffled sounds and exploded. Finally, it collapsed weakly. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng was seriously injured. However, he put his life on the line and smashed the head of the corpse with his sledgehammer. He finally managed to kill one of the corpses with great difficulty. He collapsed to the side and swallowed a pill to recover from his injuries. Now, there was only one corpse left. It charged towards Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao fought the corpse and shouted at the same time, "I'll keep it busy. All of you leave immediately." Ling Xiao's words were naturally directed at the Gu siblings. Then what are you going to do? Gu Xiaohe did not know why Ling Xiao was helping her, but she did not have the luxury of time to think about it. Her big brother was seriously injured, and there was an emperor rank soul fragment here. Once that soul fragment appeared, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. However, she was worried about Ling Xiao's safety. "Don't worry about me. I have my own plans. Leave now if you don't want to die." Ling Xiao used his advantage in speed to repeatedly dodge the corpse's attacks. He looked for an opportunity to destroy the corpse's head at any moment. Gu Xiaohe looked at her big brother, then at Ling Xiao. In the end, she gritted her teeth and carried her big brother on her back. Then, she prepared to put the golden dragon spear away with her. Unexpectedly, a powerful suction force came from the abode on the left, and the golden dragon spear was sucked into the abode. "How can a lowly commoner like you use the royal family's sacred treasure?" The hoarse voice resounded, and a ray of golden light instantly shot out from within the abode. Gu Xiaohe was shocked. She carried Gu Yufei on her back and swiftly flashed towards the entrance of the abode. Unfortunately, the ray of light was like a maggot, and it chased after them. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He kicked the dried corpse he was fighting, using it as a shield to block the finger light. Boom! The terrifying ray of light directly penetrated the corpse and caused it to explode. The Gu siblings also escaped from the abode. Only Ling Xiao and Gu Qingfeng were left in the abode. However, Gu Qingfeng had already decided to retreat at this moment. The other party had only sent shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and they had already been forced into such a state. If he continued to fight, it would only prove that he was tired of living. Gu Qingfeng dragged his injured body and dashed towards the entrance of the abode. He was afraid that he would die here if he was even a second late. "You destroyed my 4 great Vajra protectors. All of you can stay here." The cold voice resounded, and 2 rays of light shot out from the abode. Gu Qingfeng was already heavily injured, but his will to live was very strong. He turned around and smashed the ray of light with his hammer. Pfft! The web between Gu Qingfeng's thumb and forefinger split open, and the hammer flew out of his hand. His entire body slumped against the wall. Ling Xiao did not have Gu Qingfeng's half-step sage weapon to block the attack, but that did not mean that he would just sit and wait for death. A hairy chasing arrow crossbow appeared in his hand, and he shot an arrow at the ray of light. Rumble. With the arrow puppet blocking the ray of light for him, Ling Xiao was able to escape death. However, he wholeheartedly wanted to seize this abode. So, he locked onto the remnant soul's aura inside the abode and shot the second arrow. "Humph, a lowly commoner of Star Do dares to disrespect this king." The cold voice resounded. The hairy chasing arrow crossbow had just reached the entrance of the abode when it was immediately shattered by a powerful aura. At this time, Gu Qingfeng wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the remnant soul inside seemed to be really angry, and another ray of light shot towards him. This time, Gu Qingfeng did not have the help of a half-step sage weapon. He was unable to resist at all. His chest was directly pierced, and his body exploded. Among the group of people that came in, only Ling Xiao was still standing there. A lowly commoner like you actually didn't escape. You're really brave. The remnant soul said with a bit of disdain, and the ray of light shot out again. Ling Xiao would not foolishly stand there and wait for death. He increased his speed to the extreme, picked up the big hammer that Gu Qingfeng had just thrown, and turned around to disperse the ray of light. Feeling the powerful spiritual power that the big hammer emitted, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This half-step sage weapon was much more powerful than a spirit weapon. With the big hammer in hand, Ling Xiao blocked several rays of light, and did not suffer any injuries. He saw that the remnant soul did not seem to intend to rush out of the cave. Moreover, it repeatedly shot out the ray of light without any other powerful attacks. Ling Xiao guessed that it must have been restrained or restricted by something. Damn lowly commoner, don't think that you can stop this king from killing you just because you have a weapon. The remnant soul seemed to be very angry that it could not kill Ling Xiao. Immediately afterward, a whooshing sound came from the cave entrance, and a terrible power of resentful souls drilled out of the cave entrance, turned into a ghost, and drilled into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea, as if it wanted to forcibly swallow Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to sense the existence of the resentful souls, and they would unknowingly fall into the trap. But Ling Xiao was an expert who specialized in spiritual power, and no one could be more sensitive to the soul than him. Facing the power of the resentful souls, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a way to deal with it. He pointed his finger, and the blue flame met the resentful soul's power. ZZ. The resentful soul's power instantly withered, and the blue flame took the opportunity to burn the cave entrance. Heavenly fire. A lowly commoner like you actually has heavenly fire. The remnant soul screamed with a bit of fear. However, the blue flame still could not pass through the cave entrance, and there seemed to be a powerful restriction there that isolated the heavenly fire. The remnant soul seemed to know that it would not be easy to kill Ling Xiao, and perhaps because of the heavenly fire, it did not make the slightest sound. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to just leave like this, and a bronze drum appeared in his hand. This simple and unadorned bronze drum was the mysterious weapon that he had obtained from Wen Huang. I don't believe that you can withstand my attack. Ling Xiao murmured, and all the spiritual power in his body concentrated in his hand, and hit the bronze drum. Dong dong. Chapter 633. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what grade of weapon the bronze drum was, he was certain that it was at least a half-step holy artifact in its current state. Otherwise, how could it have an artifact spirit? Ling Xiao had studied the bronze drum for a while. In the end, he discovered that the bronze drum only needed to be infused with spiritual energy to unleash its power. There didn't seem to be any special requirements. However, the bronze drum required an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Ling Xiao had tried it a few times, but with his current spiritual energy, he could only unleash 3 attacks from the bronze drum at most before he couldn't unleash its power any further. It was clear that the bronze drum's consumption was quite shocking. Dong dong. The sound was like the sound of war from ancient times. It was very shocking to hear. Sky suppression drum. It's the sound of the sky suppression drum. The remnant soul in the cave shrieked, as if it was very familiar with the sound of the drum. Is the sky suppression drum referring to this broken drum? Ling Xiao asked in his heart as he beat the drum. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think. A few more rays of light shot out from the cave. This time, the power was much more terrifying than before. It was likely that even a heavenly venerable would have a hard time withstanding it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was fast enough. As he dodged the attacks with the bronze drum in his arms, he gathered all his strength in his palms and struck again. As the sound of the drum fell, a giant with eyes as large as a bell appeared in the cave. It was holding a giant drum in its hands, as if it would only be satisfied if the cave was broken. Bastard, I'm going to cripple you, you lowly commoner. The voice was incomparably furious. It roared, and the shadow of a golden dragon roared out from the cave. Roar. An 8-clawed golden dragon charged out with unparalleled might. This golden dragon was many times more powerful than the one Gu Xiaohe had unleashed. It was like a real dragon had appeared in the world, and the cave was about to be broken. It was also at this moment that the giant's eyes widened. Its thick arms raised the drum stick and smashed it against the giant drum. Dong! The sound was like the roar of an ancient ferocious beast, and it was also like the beating of war drums in an ancient battlefield. The sound was deafening, and it shook the heavens and the earth, causing people to feel as if they had returned to the hot-blooded era of the ancient battlefield. Ling Zhao's strength was much greater than Wen Huang's, so his attacks were naturally much more powerful. As the sound of the copper rang out, Ling Zhao's ears, which had long been shut off, began to buzz incessantly. The 8-clawed golden dragon that was about to reach him was pulverized by the sound of the copper. The golden dragon's spear naturally fell to the ground. Not only that, but the cave also began to explode. Rumble. The powerful sound waves were greatly amplified within the cave, and the surrounding restrictions were finally unable to withstand the endless reverberations of the sound waves, and began to collapse. Ling Xiao was already dizzy from the shock of the bronze sound. Normally, such a situation would not occur even when he was practicing the sound of the copper drum in the open space. Now that the cave was too narrow, the sound of the copper drum had nowhere to vent, so it naturally reverberated incessantly in this place. The rock walls in the surroundings began to collapse, and Ling Xiao, who was completely defenseless, was smashed into unconsciousness by the falling boulders. Before he collapsed, he could still hear the hoarse voice cursing in exasperation, "You little bastard, you're so ruthless. I'll definitely make you die a horrible death." Outside the mountain, Gu Xiaohe, Gu Yufei, Bu Qing, and the others who were lucky enough to escape were already thousands of meters away from the mountain. They looked at the mountain that had suddenly exploded, and their expressions became incomparably horrified. This mountain had not been destroyed even through the chaotic times of war, but now it began to collapse with a thunderous sound of the drum. A series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, as if the sky was about to collapse. When the sound disappeared, the mountain seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not even a single piece of stone was left on the ground, and there was only a vast expanse of flat land, as if the mountain had never been there in the first place. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He disappeared. Impossible. Gu Xiaohe's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife, and she murmured in discomfort. Bu Qing thought that he was referring to it, and she immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, this remnant soul is too powerful. I don't know what method it used to move this mountain away." Gu Xiaohe did not reply to Bu Qing, and she only sat on the ground in a daze. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "He did it to save me, it's all to save me, that's why he died," sob. Gu Xiaohe suddenly burst into tears, and Bu Qing was extremely puzzled. After all, only the two of them had entered the cave, and now that they had both come out alive, why were they crying so sadly? A figure suddenly appeared in Bu Qing's mind. Could it be him? Gu Yufei recovered a little, and he comforted Gu Xiaohe, "Little sister, don't blame yourself. I think Brother Ling is a good man, and he will be fine." But Gu Xiaohe wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something. The explosion just now was simply earth-shattering, and even a heavenly venerable would not be able to withstand it. Could he really still be alive? After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly regained consciousness. Hiss! Ling Xiao's body had just moved a little, and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only now did he realize that he had been crushed by a huge rock, and a few of his ribs were probably broken. Fortunately, his condition was not too bad. Ling Xiao circulated the ancient emperor's divine art to repair his damaged organs, and balls of golden light flickered incessantly. Gentle spiritual energy flowed out of his five-colored dantian, and it continuously soothed his meridians and nourished his organs, activating the regeneration effect. Ah! After Ling Zhao's injuries had recovered a little, he let out a loud shout, and the aura around his body shook, shattering the huge rock into pieces. Ling Xiao crawled up and immediately swallowed a few pills. Then, he quickly circulated the ancient emperor's divine art to speed up his recovery. At the same time, he kept the bronze drum that had landed beside him. Did that guy disappear? Ling Xiao realized that he could no longer sense the fluctuations of the remnant soul's power, but he still felt a little uneasy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the big cave, he saw the golden dragon spear that had fallen to the side. With a grab of one hand, the golden dragon spear automatically fell into his hand. This is a sacred weapon. Could it be that only members of the Gu family can use it? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the ordinary-looking golden dragon spear. He had seen Gu Xiaohe and the remnant soul use this golden dragon spear before. Its power was really terrifying, but Gu Qingfeng couldn't use its full power, so he wondered if this golden dragon spear required some kind of secret technique to be used. Ling Xiao didn't have time to study it, so he could only put it away. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of Gu Qingfeng's half-step sacred weapon and space ring. In addition, the battle armor and golden spears of the 4 dried corpses were also collected by Ling Xiao one by one. After doing all this, Ling Xiao cautiously walked towards the 3 caves. However, Ling Xiao still didn't dare to walk towards the cave on the left. The danger index there was too high, so he had to be cautious. He chose the cave on the right. The bone dragon had escaped from this cave, so he didn't know what was inside. This cave was much more spacious than the cave mansion outside, but without the illumination of the pearls, it was extremely dark. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had his green eyes, so he could see everything in the darkness with just one glance. There weren't many things in this cave mansion. There were golden scales scattered on the ground, which seemed to be real dragon scales. In addition to these dragon scales, there was also a pair of golden horns and a bead. These things all exuded a faint golden light, and it seemed that they didn't have much energy left. Ling Xiao grabbed one of the scales and carefully examined it. He was immediately pleasantly surprised to find that it was indeed a real dragon scale. Dragon scales were top-grade divine materials for artifact refining. If they fell into the hands of a saint artifact master, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be refined into sacred-level defensive armors. Dragons were from the god race, so their dragon scales had the powerful defense of dragons. It wasn't something that ordinary profound artifacts or spirit artifacts could break. Although Ling Xiao wasn't an artifact refiner, he still had some common sense. It was just that he couldn't determine whether these dragon scales were the dragon scales of a flood dragon or real dragons. After all, there wasn't much difference between the two, and he had never seen a real divine dragon before. Without a second thought, he put away the huge pile of dragon scales. He didn't have any use for these dragon scales, but if he took them to the auction, there would definitely be many artifact refiners who would fight to the death to get them. After keeping the dragon scales, Ling Xiao picked up the pair of golden horns that were as tall as a human. This pair of golden horns was like a deer's antlers, with 2 forks. It didn't seem to be anything special, but the glistening golden light emitted a noble color. The warm color flowed into Ling Xiao's palm, making him feel like he couldn't bear to part with it. It's a pity that it's of the metal attribute. I don't know if it's useful to this little dragon. If it's useless, then I'll refine it into a top-grade pill. It should be of great help to my ancient emperor mystic art. Ling Xiao sighed lightly and put it away again. From some ancient books, Ling Xiao had read about some divine beasts, and among them, there was a saying that this dragon horn could be used to refine pills. It was said that after the pill was refined, it could strengthen the body and physique of a person. It was just that the alchemy manual didn't mention anything about this, so Ling Xiao didn't know whether this dragon horn could be used to refine pills or not. However, he cultivated the ancient emperor mystic art, so he believed that this golden horn would be of some use to him. Finally, Ling Xiao picked up a fist-sized bead. This bead didn't emit a golden light like the dragon scales and dragon horns. Instead, it gave off an incomparably clear and bright light. Although this light wasn't strong, it gave off an ancient aura. Within the bead, there seemed to be a sparkling little dragon swimming around. It looked nimble and agile, making people feel that it was quite magical. This shouldn't be a beast, Dan. Could it be? Could this be the legendary dragon pearl? Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably shocked expression as he looked at the bead and muttered. Chapter 634. According to legend, at the beginning of the ancient world, before humans were born, the 9 great beasts were born. These 9 great beasts could be said to be the ancestors of all spirit beasts. They were the creatures that existed at the beginning of time. They all had the ability to fly in the sky, burrow into the earth, and swallow the clouds and spit out the rain. These 9 great beasts were now known as the 9 great mythological beasts. These 9 great mythological beasts were True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Qilin, Golden Crow, Hundan, Kuanpeng, and Taotai. Each of the 9 great mythological beasts Tenbin had its own original power. Their original power had its own shape, and the power they represented was also different from the Tenbin energy. The original power of the dragons was the dragon pearl that they nurtured. They were the true essence of the divine dragon, and their beast Dan was only a small part of it. The Vermilion Bird clan used its crown feather as its original power, the Black Tortoise used its tortoise shell as its original power, the White Tiger used its tiger tooth as its original power, the Qilin used its Qilin horn as its original power. Ling Xiao excitedly held the warm pearl in his hand. He could confirm that this was a dragon pearl, and what he had just harvested was definitely the dragon scale and dragon horn of the dragons. Although the dragon pearl was not as rare and precious as the heavenly pearl, it was definitely not much worse than them. Although Ling Xiao did not know what benefits the dragon pearl had for humans, he knew that it was absolutely a great thing for the strange beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. As long as they swallowed the dragon pearl, even if they could not really transform into a true dragon, they could still greatly improve their bloodline and advance into a sage-level high-level spirit beast. They could also obtain the Tenbin inheritance of the dragons. For the spirit beasts, there was no better gift than this. This time the little dragon is lucky. It seems that it will not be difficult for it to evolve into a true dragon. Ling Xiao murmured happily. Then he carefully put away the dragon pearl. If he was not in the cave, he really wanted to discuss it with the blue flood dragon first. Ling Xiao walked around the cave once more, and when he didn't find anything else, he went back to the cave in the middle. The cave was blocked by a few rocks. Ling Xiao had to move the rocks away before he could enter. Waves of corrosive air came out of the cave, and the stench caused Ling Xiao to hold back his sense of smell. Inside the pitch-black cave, under the scanning of Ling Xiao's green eyes, everything was clearly visible. So many emperor pills. Ling Xiao exclaimed with his mouth wide open. He couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw the emperor pills on the ground. He couldn't believe that there were so many emperor pills here. On the ground of the cave, round emperor pills were scattered all over the ground, looking like worthless stones. Ling Xiao roughly estimated that there were at least 400 to 500 of them. Damn, how many emperors must have died to gather so many emperor pills? Ling Xiao couldn't help cursing. Every emperor pill represented the fall of a mystic emperor. If there were hundreds of emperor pills here, didn't that mean hundreds of mystic emperors had died? Ling Xiao couldn't help thinking about how many emperor stage masters had died in this ancient battlefield. The number was quite terrifying. What kind of existences are the 4 great imperial dynasties? Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't remain idle either, sweeping his space ring and quickly collecting these emperor pills one by one. Apart from that, Ling Xiao also saw some weapons placed on the rock walls around them. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. There were sabers, swords, spears, hooks. They were all covered in a thick layer of dust. Yang Kai could only see their shapes, but he couldn't tell if they still contained any spiritual energy. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a gust of wind blew over, blowing away the thick layer of dust. Xiao xiao. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered, and the colorful brilliance illuminated the cave. It was as if one was in a dream. Good treasures. Ling Xiao licked his lips and exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Just by looking at this luster, Ling Xiao could conclude that these weapons were absolutely extraordinary. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed a tiger-shaped broadsword in his hand. Then, a wisp of spiritual energy gently poured into the broadsword. Roar! A tiger king instantly soared into the sky and let out a terrible roar. The cave mansion was shaken by this powerful energy, causing a lot of stone fragments to fall. This tiger king didn't dissipate, and it looked no different from a real tiger king. Its majestic appearance caused people to involuntarily feel afraid. A half-rank sacred artifact. Ling Xiao's mouth opened wide as he exclaimed again. From this tiger form that didn't dissipate, this was definitely a good item that had reached the level of a half-rank sacred artifact. Ling Xiao gently touched the hilt of the saber and looked at the several ancient characters engraved on the blade. He knew that this saber was called Tiger Crescent! Those dried corpses should have once been terrifying experts. Otherwise, how could they have collected so many treasures? Ling Xiao sighed. After Ling Xiao put away the Tiger Crescent, he picked up a fire-colored longsword. As he poured his spiritual energy into it, a firebird suddenly appeared. Its power was no less than that of the Tiger King. It was also a half-rank sacred artifact called Flying Fire. After Ling Xiao inspected the 12 weapons, he put them away with satisfaction. These 12 weapons were actually all half-step sacred artifacts. This was simply a huge harvest. It had to be known that none of the 18 great powers could take out so many half-rank sacred artifacts. As expected, one who survives death is bound to have good fortune. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. This trip had really been a fruitful one. However, not everyone had the ability to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Ling Xiao carefully inspected the abode once more. After confirming that there was nothing else, he left. Ling Xiao walked to the cave entrance on the left and hesitated about whether to enter or not. It had to be known that the remnant soul of an emperor-rank sacred artifact was inside. If the remnant soul faked its death, then wouldn't he be like a sheep walking into a wolf's den? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. After struggling in his heart, Ling Xiao decided to go in and take a look. This cave was the main cave, and the truly good things should be inside. If he didn't go in, then he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. However, before going in, Ling Xiao still put on a set of armor. This armor was also a half-rank sacred artifact, and its defensive capabilities were quite powerful. Although Ling Xiao had a powerful physical body, he didn't dare to be careless when facing the remnant soul of an emperor-rank sacred artifact. Putting on this armor was just a double layer of insurance, just in case. Ling Xiao held a shield and a sword in his hands. His whole body was covered in blue flames as he carefully made his way into the cave. Previously, he had used the green pupils to get a general idea of the situation inside the abode. However, when he really entered the cave, he still felt extremely shocked. This place was completely different from the other 2 abodes and the hall outside. This cave dwelling was very spacious. It was about 10 meters wide on both sides, and more than 10 meters high from top to bottom. There were countless top-grade pearls in the surroundings, illuminating this place. There were layers of simple and unadorned golden light screens on the surrounding rock walls, illuminating this place like a royal palace. At the front of the abode stood a mighty man wearing a dragon-patterned golden robe. When Ling Xiao first saw this man, he felt as if he was still alive. He almost turned around and ran out. Fortunately, Yang Kai suppressed his fear and looked at the man again, only to find that he was no longer breathing. This man wore a golden crown on his head and had an extraordinary face. His golden eyes seemed to still be moving, and his gaze was like a king looking down on the world. It was incomparably majestic, giving people the urge to kneel and worship him. He covered the arrow that had pierced through his chest with one hand while his other hand was gripping something. It wasn't difficult to guess that he was originally holding the golden dragon spear. This corpse hasn't decayed, and it doesn't have a foul smell. It's amazing. Ling Xiao observed for a moment and found nothing unusual, so he couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Ling Xiao looked around the cave and found that there were no treasures around, causing him to feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly fixed his gaze on the dead golden-robed man. His gaze fell on the man's 10 fingers, and he found that there were indeed traces of a spatial ring on one of his fingers, but the spatial ring had disappeared. Ling Xiao thumped his chest heavily, revealing an extremely pained expression as he wailed, "Damn it, someone from the Gu family came in and took away his spatial ring and golden dragon spear." Ling Xiao was very smart. Before he fainted, Gu Xiaohe had taken out the golden dragon spear, which immediately attracted the attention of the remnant soul here. Listening to the remnant soul's words, it seemed that the golden dragon spear originally belonged to him. It wasn't difficult to guess that someone had successfully entered this place and left without a hitch. However, he didn't know why the Gu family ancestor didn't take away the things in the other 2 abodes. However, when he thought about how rich this nobleman's spatial ring was, the things in the other 2 abodes seemed much more ordinary in comparison. It was no wonder that he didn't covet those things anymore. Huh? What's this? Ling Xiao was just about to leave in disappointment when he saw an old container beside the nobleman. The container was covered by a lid, so he couldn't see what was inside. Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate anything in this place. Who knew, there might be some treasures that he had missed out. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and reached out to open the lid. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Xiao touched the lid, a strong repulsive force came from the lid. Pooh! Ling Xiao was sent flying like a cannonball, and he only stopped when he crashed into a rock wall. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao shouted as he suppressed the churning blood in his body. He didn't expect this container to have a restriction, so it wasn't hard to guess that there must be something good inside. Ling Xiao became excited again. He took out the soaring fire sacred sword and tried to forcefully destroy the restriction on the container. At this time, Ling Xiao was attracted by the container, so he didn't notice that the dead man's eyes seemed to flash with a golden light. A golden light silently pounced towards him. Chapter 635. Ling Xiao raised the flying fire sword and fiercely slashed at the container. He had controlled this attack very well, only using 50% of his strength, for fear that he would destroy the treasure inside the container. Ding! The flying fire sword slashed open the container's lid. Before Ling Xiao could see what it was, he felt a pain in his knowledge sea, and a hoarse and ferocious voice sounded. "Damned lowlife, you almost made my soul scatter. Since you can't use your main body anymore, give your strong body to this king." This voice was the emperor-level remnant soul that had fought against Ling Xiao and the others. It had almost been destroyed by the sky suppression drum, and it had lost most of the soul power it had absorbed. It was afraid that this lowlife would attack it again, and if that happened, it would be very difficult for it to survive. Therefore, it had been hiding in its main body, not releasing any aura fluctuations, so that Ling Xiao couldn't sense it. Now, while Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, it instantly flew out of its main body and entered Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. After the golden light entered the knowledge sea, it immediately transformed into the face of a middle-aged man. This face was the same as the face of the mighty man outside. When it saw that Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was so vast, and then looked at the pure and vast spiritual liquid, it couldn't help but laugh. "Good fellow, such a big knowledge sea, it's almost as vast as this king's knowledge sea in the past. Let's suck his knowledge sea dry first, this is a great tonic." It didn't notice the existence of the gray and blue beads in the other corner, and it opened its mouth to absorb Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid. In the blink of an eye, a lot of Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid was absorbed, and the face became more and more excited and greedy, and it couldn't help but speed up the absorption. "It's comfortable enough, isn't it?" A lazy voice sounded. The middle-aged face didn't turn around, and lightly replied, "Not bad." After saying that, it paused and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Ling Xiao looking at it with his arms crossed. "I didn't expect a lowly commoner like you to be so calm. Have you accepted your fate?" That gloomy face looked at Ling Xiao and faintly said, "Huh, you remnant soul, no matter how awe-inspiring you were when you were alive, now that you've fallen into my hands, you're the true lowly commoner, laughed Ling Xiao. Although a lot of his spiritual fluid had been absorbed, it had not hurt his foundation, so he was not afraid to talk to the human face. How dare you be impudent to this king? Once I absorb all of your spiritual fluid, wipe your sea of consciousness, and occupy your body, let's see if you can still smile then. The face said faintly and began to absorb the spiritual fluid again, as if it did not care about Ling Xiao's existence. Humph, you still want to continue sucking, you are too greedy. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and immediately mobilized his spirit liquid. All the spiritual liquid transformed into countless sharp blades that pierced towards the face. You actually know how to attack with spiritual force. The remnant's soul was very surprised to see the spiritual fluid that was attacking it. However, the remnant's soul was extraordinary. It could actually form a defensive shield that blocked all the spiritual force attacks. Ling Xiao looked at the golden defensive shield that appeared in front of the remnant's soul in astonishment. He really did not expect that the remnant's soul would have such a magical method. It could actually block the spiritual force attacks, which really surprised him. Hee, your spiritual force attacks are not bad, but it's still far from hurting me. If I hadn't been injured by the heaven-suppressing drum just now, I would have completely killed you now. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, then he opened his mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao, obviously wanting to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao did not show a panicked expression. Instead, he even had a strange smile on his face. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao's calm smile and for some reason, felt a sense of unease. It thought to itself, what kind of tricks can this lowly person have? He must be pretending to be calm. However, just as it approached Ling Xiao, a burning sensation hit it, causing it to immediately stop pouncing towards Ling Xiao. What's that? The middle-aged man exclaimed as he hurriedly retreated. He saw Ling Xiao playing with a blue flame in his hand. He looked at it with a playful smile on his face and said, "Come here, as long as you devour me, my body will be yours." The middle-aged man's expression immediately became extremely ugly. "I forgot that you have the heavenly fire. Good boy, we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. I pray that you will continue to be so lucky." After saying that, it quickly fled out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The heavenly fire could burn anything, and the heavenly fire happened to be the nemesis of souls. Once it was touched, it would immediately be finished. "Since you're here, don't leave," Ling Xiao said lightly. Immediately afterward, a ball of blue flame appeared around his sea of consciousness. Ah! Just as the soul was about to burrow out, the blue flame suddenly burned, causing it to scream in pain from the scorching heat. "No, you damned lowly person, quickly let this king out." The face appeared again, its face distorted as it roared at Ling Xiao. "Hee, you've absorbed so much of my spiritual power, you should at least show me something." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a faint smile. "Tell me, what do you want to show me? I'll give it to you." The face immediately agreed and said. Right now, it had to trick this kid into letting it out. Otherwise, if it really died here, it wouldn't be reconciled to it. And this attitude is not bad. My request is not high, you can definitely do it. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied expression. Tell me, no matter what level of Xian skill you want or what secret you want to know, I will definitely tell you everything. The face replied nervously. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and said, I don't need any of these, I only need your soul. Boy, are you playing with me? Do you know who this king is? The face suddenly became angry and exclaimed. I only know that you're a remnant soul, nothing else. Ling Xiao said lightly. This king is the king of the Kim people's dynasty. If you know what's good for you, then let this king go. The face roared in shock, and a supreme power suppressed towards Ling Xiao. The Kim people's dynasty? Ling Xiao ignored the pressure of the face, and replied in a daze. The face revealed a proud expression and said, as long as you let this king go, I can tell you the high-level purple tier or even brown tier Xian skills, otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, this king will not let you go easily. No matter who you are, but you have no right to challenge me here. Ling Xiao responded faintly, and then began to mobilize the surrounding heavenly fire to wrap around the face. Don't. You damned lowly commoner, quickly let me go. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. The face constantly cried out in fear. However, it discovered that the blue flames only wrapped around it, and did not destroy it. Unexpectedly, runes condensed from mental power were imprinted on it. Are these high-level mental runes? What are you trying to do? The face became more and more uneasy as it roared. It was now compressed into a corner by the heavenly fire, and did not dare to move. It could only watch as those mental runes imprinted on its soul. You actually want to absorb me? No. Don't, let me go. I can serve you as my master. The face constantly cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to send out mental runes. Many runes wrapped around the face, making it difficult for it to make any sound. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh of relief, and then he immediately sat down cross-legged while a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, there's a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it, yet you insist on taking it when there's no door to hell. You just happen to fulfill my wish. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and started to absorb the emperor-rank soul with all his might. The strength of an emperor-rank soul wasn't like an ordinary soul. Moreover, the strength of this soul was a few tens of times stronger than the 2 quasi-emperor-rank souls he'd encountered earlier. Ling Xiao was sure that this emperor-rank soul had already attained the high or peak emperor rank. He couldn't understand why he had to bitterly guard that useless body of his. It should have been easy for him to possess someone else's body and be reborn, so why did he have to bitterly guard that useless body of his? Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter, and he felt that everything would be understood once he completely absorbed the soul energy. Ling Xiao used an entire 7 days and 7 nights to completely absorb and refine the emperor-rank soul. His mental fluid had actually increased by a few times, and it was practically filling up his sea of consciousness. Looks like I only need to absorb 1 or 2 more quasi-emperor souls to fill up my sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao murmured with satisfaction. However, when Ling Xiao thought about how there should be many more souls in the chaos abyss of war, he wasn't satisfied with just filling up his sea of consciousness. That would be a huge waste of resources. However, once his mental fluid reached a saturation state, the only way to increase it would be to expand his sea of consciousness. Expanding one's sea of knowledge wasn't an easy task. The only way to expand one's sea of knowledge was if one's strength advanced, or if one focused on using soul power to expand it bit by bit. That way, one could also expand one's sea of knowledge. But no matter which method it was rather slow, so the last method was to use some kind of spirit herb that was useful to the sea of consciousness to expand it. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to use spirit herbs to expand his sea of consciousness. He needed to slowly digest all the memories of the soul, and not let it disappear. Ling Xiao sat there for another half a month before he completely assimilated most of the useful memories of the soul into his own. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a joyful smile. I've really made a killing this time. I didn't expect this guy to really be a prince of the Kim people's dynasty, and also the younger brother of the Kim people's emperor from 100,000 years ago. The entire ancient emperor divine art is here, this is awesome. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the soul energy he obtained this time was actually related to his cultivation of the ancient emperor divine art. This time, he finally obtained the true version of the ancient emperor divine art. With this, he could unleash the true power of the ancient emperor divine art, and cultivate it to its most perfect state. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was really happy. At the same time, he finally understood why the Gu family could cultivate the ancient emperor divine art like him. It turned out that there was a secret that no one knew about. Chapter 636. The ancient emperor's divine technique was the secret of the Kim people's royal family. Only the direct descendants of the Kim people's royal family had the right to cultivate it. Moreover, one had to possess the royal bloodline to successfully cultivate it. It could be said that the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine technique was the exclusive secret of the Kim people. Even if others obtained it, it would be impossible for them to successfully cultivate it. Then why could Ling Xiao and the Gu family members cultivate it? Ling Xiao unraveled the mystery from the remnant soul's memory. It turned out that 5,000 years ago, an ancestor of the Gu family had also barged into the cave on this mountain. The elites from various forces had also entered with him. The situation was similar to this time. Most of those who entered the cave were killed by the remnant soul. Only the ancestor of the Gu family had survived. As for the ancestor of the Gu family, he had only survived because the remnant soul had given him a chance. Why was the remnant soul so merciful? It had mainly placed its hopes on the ancestor of the Gu family to be reborn. This matter had to be traced back to the battle at the Chaos Abyss 100,000 years ago. This remnant soul was originally a prince of the Kim people's dynasty. People called him the Zhan Prince. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. He was only half a step away from the Holy Emperor realm. He had already cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the highest level when he was alive. He only needed to destroy and rebuild to complete the step of immortality. However, he was domineering, fierce, brave, and good at fighting. He loved to lead troops to kill enemies. The Kim people was the strongest dynasty at that time. The other three dynasties were merely their subsidiary dynasties. In the battle at the Chaos Abyss, the three dynasties had joined forces to attack the Kim people's dynasty. The Zhan Prince had led nearly 1 million troops to fight against 1.5 million troops from the three dynasties. In this battle, the four dynasties had suffered heavy casualties. Countless elites had fallen. In that battle, the Zhan Prince had fought 3 high-level sages alone and was undefeatable. The battle between the 4 of them had been earth-shattering. They had almost flattened the Chaos Abyss. In the end, even though Zhan Wangye killed those 3 saints, he himself was heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, every single one of his subordinates were ferocious existences, and all of them were extraordinary experts at the half-saint realm. They protected Zhan Wangye as they carved out a bloody path. They opened up a cave in the mountain and set up restrictions to hide themselves. They would kill their way out after Zhan Wangye recovered from his injuries. However, no matter how well they hid, they were eventually found by the people from the 3 great empires. The 4 Vajra warriors engaged in another fierce battle with the enemy. In the end, the 4 Vajra generals killed countless enemies, but they also exhausted their spiritual power and resources and died. Zhan Wangye's physical body had yet to reach the undying body realm, and the saint-tier arrow that had struck him had destroyed his heart and absorbed a large amount of his essence blood. His dantian had been shattered a long time ago, making it difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Zhan Wangye knew that it was difficult to avoid the disaster, so he relied on the last bit of strength he had to recover from the external injuries on his physical body. After that, his soul left his lifeless body on its own. There was a price to pay for severing the connection between the soul and the physical body. Even though Zhan Wangye had reached the half-step Holy Emperor realm, he was still greatly injured. His soul power had fallen to the peak of the Emperor rank. Of course, with his soul's current state, he could simply find a cultivator who was weaker than him and invade his mind to revive. However, Zhan Wangye was a king of the Kim people's empire. His status was extremely noble, and his bloodline was extremely noble. Naturally, he did not want to use someone else's inferior physical body to revive. He wanted to find a spiritual item that could condense his dantian, reconstruct his dantian, activate the power of his bloodline, and return to his original physical body. Apart from that, he also hoped to cultivate the ancient emperor divine technique to great success through this revival and achieve the undying body. Thus, he waited in the cave for the experts from the Kim people's empire to come and rescue him. Unfortunately, after the battle at the chaotic abyss of war, the 4 empires all suffered heavy losses and could not recover. At this time, some of the smaller empires took advantage of the situation and split up the territories of the four empires. The Kim people's empire was the largest, so it was naturally attacked by many forces. In the end, it almost suffered the fate of being exterminated. Meanwhile, the chaotic abyss of war was also isolated by a spatial formation from the other empires, sealing it forever. Zhang Wangye's beautiful dream of waiting became a distant dream. 10,000 years ago, someone broke through the spatial formation. Only then did descendants enter the chaotic abyss of war from time to time. However, Zhang Wangye discovered that they were all weak cultivators. No one could help him find spiritual herbs or elixirs to reconstruct his dantian. Almost all the martial artists who had entered his immortal's cave were killed by him. Time passed, and Zhang Wangye knew that if this continued, his soul would dissipate sooner or later. However, as a member of the imperial family, he could not let go of his proud bloodline to invade a lowly commoner's body to revive. He would rather die than do that. 5,000 years ago, the arrival of the Gu clan's ancestor gave him hope. This was because the Gu clan's ancestor had a pure metal attribute and cultivated tenbin to an extremely high level. More importantly, his attribute was to the Zhang Wangye's liking. Therefore, the Zhang Wangye came up with a plan, which was to take the Gu clan's ancestor as his disciple. Then, he would tempt him into finding heaven-defying spiritual herbs or elixirs to reconstruct his dantian. The Gu clan's ancestor being able to survive was already a great fortune. On top of that, he was taken in as a disciple by a remnant soul, so he naturally accepted him as his master without any hesitation. However, the Zhang Wangye's thoughts were not so simple. He was afraid that his disciple would never return after receiving his teachings, so he specially modified the Kim people's ancient divine art chant, which became the Diamond 5 transformation technique that Ling Xiao later cultivated. The Diamond 5 transformation technique fell into the hands of the Gu clan's ancestor, which made him overjoyed. After all, the Zhang Wangye told him that as long as he cultivated it to the grand completion stage, he would obtain an immortal body. The Gu clan's ancestor immediately vowed that he would do his best to find the spirit herbs or elixirs that the Zhang Wangye needed. This was how the Gu clan's ancestor obtained the golden dragon spear and the Zhang Wangye's space ring. The Gu clan's ancestor was not a fool. After he obtained these things, he did not plan to resurrect the Zhang Wangye. After all, once an old monster like the Zhang Wangye came back to life, he did not know if the Zhang Wangye would become a threat to him. As for the golden dragon spear, he decided not to return it. However, the Gu clan's ancestor did not know that the Zhang Wangye had tampered with the Diamond 5 transformation technique and left behind an undetectable hidden injury in his knowledge sea. The Gu clan's ancestor originally had a chance to become a super master of the saint rank, but in the end, he was disturbed by the hidden injury during his breakthrough, causing his heart demon to grow. His breakthrough failed and he died on the spot. The Zhang Wangye waited for the Gu clan's ancestor for thousands of years, but when the Gu clan's ancestor returned, he realized that he had misjudged him. As such, almost everyone who entered the cave mansion was killed by it. Gu Xiaohe returning with the golden dragon spear was naturally sensed by the Zhang Wangye. If it were not for Ling Xiao saving them, the Zhang Wangye would never have let them go. This was basically the cause and effect. However, Ling Xiao could not understand how his old master had obtained the ancient sovereign divine art's mnemonic chant. Could it be that his old master had met someone from the Gu clan? Or had there been some kind of fortuitous encounter? As for the reason behind this, Ling Xiao could not continue to delve into it. Fortunately, I now have the complete mnemonic chant. Otherwise, if I continued to cultivate it, I'm afraid something would go wrong. That was really dangerous. Ling Xiao sighed heavily as he muttered to himself. It turned out that the Diamond 5 transformation technique that he cultivated, if not for Savage Leopard accidentally seeing it, would not have known that this was the ancient sovereign divine art of the Kim people. Moreover, it required the royal bloodline to cultivate. Afterwards, he had used the flood dragon's blood essence to condense his bloodline, which could be considered as taking the right step and barely meeting some of the requirements of the divine art. Otherwise, if he had forcefully cultivated it, he would not have been able to reach this step and would have already died from life destruction. Now, the complete version of the ancient sovereign divine art did not only have the 5 transformation technique, but a total of 7 transformations. In addition to refining skin, refining meridians, refining viscera, refining bones, and refining blood, the other 2 transformations were refining consciousness and refining soul. Refining consciousness was a kind of mnemonic chant to cultivate the spiritual C's defense. Once it was cultivated to the large success stage, it could prevent the spiritual C from being invaded by foreign objects. It had the effect of consolidating the spiritual C and helping in cultivation. At the same time, it could also form a defense in the spiritual C that could block any kind of spiritual attack. Don't underestimate the role of refining consciousness. It looked simple, but Ling Xiao knew that this transformation was extremely important and precious. Any martial artist had to use the spiritual C to reach the state of unity of human and human, speeding up the speed of spiritual energy absorption. When breaking through, they also needed to have a strong spiritual sense to help increase the chances of breaking through. The other role of defending the spiritual C was even more amazing. Any martial artist knew that the spiritual C was the most vulnerable part of everyone. Once the spiritual C was damaged, it would affect the fate of a martial artist for the rest of their life. Refining consciousness could form a powerful defense in the spiritual C. The importance of this role was self-evident. This was also the key reason why Ling Xiao was unable to destroy the Zhan Wanye's soul when he used his spiritual force to attack the Zhan Wanye. In the past, the Zhan Wanye could cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art to the large success stage. Ordinary spiritual force attacks could not cause any damage to it. Ling Xiao cultivated the soul-controlling art. Although it was a secret spiritual force attack method that reached the god level, it did not have a spiritual C defense method. The 6th transformation of the ancient sovereign divine art was the icing on the cake. If he met someone who cultivated spiritual force in the future, he could still defend himself even if he couldn't beat them. Then he would have one more way to save his life. As for the last transformation, spirit refinement, it was the last transformation of the ancient emperor's divine technique. That was the real transformation. It could allow the body to reach the most perfect state. Whether it was combat or recovery ability, it was absolutely abnormal. However, this transformation was also the most difficult to cultivate. Since the establishment of the ancient sovereign divine art, no one had successfully cultivated the last transformation except for the first supreme elder. Because in order to achieve the large success stage of this transformation, one must experience destruction and then reconstruction, and be restrained in a deathly situation before they could successfully cultivate it. The danger of this transformation could be imagined, so not many people after Kim people dared to take this step. After all, the conditions required were too harsh. The last 2 transformations were still a little far for Ling Xiao. Right now, he had to recultivate the original ancient sovereign divine art, or else he would regret it if he left behind any unpredictable hidden injuries in the future. Chapter 637. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the utensils he had opened. There were only some solidified golden objects in the vessel. From the Zhan Wanye's memories, Ling Xiao knew that this was the essence blood the Zhan Wanye released before he severed his connection to his physical body. This was so that when he was reborn, he would need it to activate his bloodline. Zhan Wanye, the good stuff you left behind has helped me. Ling Xiao licked his lips as his eyes lit up. In order to cultivate the true ancient sovereign mystic art, one needed the Kim people's royal bloodline. This was because the Kim people's dynasty used to be so powerful. The first generation Kim people's ancestor cultivated the ancient sovereign mystic art to the highest level and successfully activated their bloodline's ability. The Kim people's direct descendants all benefited. The Kim people's bloodline had an extraordinary origin energy. It was not something normal people could understand. Now that Ling Xiao had obtained the true ancient emperor mystic arts chant, if he wanted to cultivate it again, he would need to have the royal bloodline. The battle king had left behind his essence blood, so Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made opportunity. Otherwise, even if he obtained the true ancient sovereign mystic art, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Ling Xiao picked up the utensil. It was a special utensil used by the ancient royal family. Don't look down on this utensil just because it was similar to a Puyong bowl, but it was a spirit tool. It was specially used to hold some high-grade spirit liquids, so that the spirit chi essence wouldn't leak out. Although the Zhan Wangye's essence blood had been here for 100,000 years, it had not evaporated. Instead, it had solidified and the essence was still inside. An ordinary flame appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The flame gently roasted the container and the solidified golden liquid began to slowly dissolve. The golden liquid was like a crystal top-grade nectar. There was no smell of blood at all. According to Ling Xiao's knowledge, each drop of essence blood was a top-grade healing item. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was comparable to a 7th-grade healing pill. One had to know that the Kim people's bloodline contained a powerful bloodline power. It was extremely effective in the path of healing. After the blood essence was completely dissolved, Ling Xiao immediately drank all the golden liquid in the vessel without saying anything. This was the Zhan Wangye's essence blood. The boiling energy made Ling Xiao's throat ache. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't waste a single drop because of this. He endured the piercing pain and forcefully drank all of the blood essence. Strands of dense blood energy filled Ling Xiao's body. The golden light flickered incessantly. His skin and flesh swelled incessantly. The blood vessels in his body swelled to the point of pain as if they would explode at any moment. Ling Xiao immediately guarded his mind and started to circulate the true ancient sovereign divine art. He fused the essence blood with his own essence blood. At the same time, he sorted out his body once more, getting rid of the hidden injuries that he had been unable to notice all these years. As he fused with the essence blood, dragon roars seemed to resound from within Ling Xiao's body. It was extremely mystical. The image of a golden dragon appeared above his head. It was even more solid and mighty than before. Not only did the essence blood contain powerful blood energy, it even contained the remnant power of a sacred rancor. This remnant power should not be underestimated. It was a top-grade existence even for an emperor rank expert. Ling Xiao divided and absorbed this power into his 5-color dantian. His dantian actually grew stronger at a rapid pace, and his aura rose steadily. The fusion of his bloodline and the sudden increase in strength gave Ling Xiao an indescribably comfortable and calm feeling. His meridians, blood vessels, apertures, internal organs, and bones all received a new round of strengthening and expansion. All of his muscles seemed to have become a golden world, making him seem extremely extraordinary. Especially his golden waist, which seemed to have evolved into a dragon-shaped bone, looking vigorous and noble. Ling Xiao spent more than half a month to fuse with the essence blood. The quality of his original bloodline had truly improved by several times. He seemed even more dignified. It was as if his every movement and expression were filled with extreme dignity and nobility. No matter where he stood, he gave others the feeling that he was a noble, and his bearing was superior to others. The Ling Xiao of today had changed a lot from his previous self. His charm was extraordinary to begin with. Now that he looked like this, perhaps no woman could resist the visual impact of his appearance. However, in the past half a month, Ling Xiao only focused on the step of fusing with his bloodline. The power accumulated in his dantian was compressed and not refined by him. When the bloodline was completely fused, Ling Xiao no longer suppressed the energy that was about to overflow from his dantian. The energy in his 5-color dantian kept churning and roaring, as if it was about to explode Ling Xiao's strength. However, when Ling Xiao released it, most of the 5-colored energy overflowed and rushed toward the meridians all over his body. Bang bang! Powerful energy reverberated in Ling Xiao's body, and his aura also soared at this moment. He originally had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and the moment he released the energy, his strength instantly reached the peak of the middle-stage Earth Emperor realm. The next moment, the middle-stage Earth Emperor realm was instantly broken through, and he reached the high-level Earth Emperor realm. However, his aura was still in a state where it was not exhausted, and it continued to rise. The high-level Earth Emperor realm was quickly filled up, and it rushed toward the middle and advanced realms. Then, it reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. His aura was simply unstoppable, and it actually continued to rush toward the Celestial Venerable realm. After a while, his aura actually approached the half-step Venerable realm, and his strength was still rising. Right at this moment, the surging imposing aura suddenly stopped. Moreover, the quasi-exalt realm energy had shrunk to its limit, and it actually returned to the peak earthly monarch realm. In the end, it stopped firmly at the peak earthly monarch realm, and it didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden lights flashed. It was as if two small golden dragons were bursting out of his dragon eyes, and it was very shocking and dazzling. Ling Xiao revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze, and he muttered to himself, "This feels really good." However, this was not the end of his cultivation. It was just the beginning. Now that he had integrated the essence and blood of the Zhan Wangye, he already possessed the purest bloodline of the Kim people's royal family. Of course, he had to cultivate the ancient emperor divine technique again. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao began to cultivate from the first transformation, the skin refining realm. This time, Ling Xiao spent nearly half a year cultivating, and it was only 2 months away from the 1-year deadline. Now, Ling Xiao seemed to have been reborn. His whole body was shining with golden light, and his skin, hair, and eyes had actually turned golden. He looked as mighty as a golden god of war. In the past 6 months, he had cultivated the first 5 transformations again, and his ancient emperor divine technique had successfully reached the 5th transformation, the blood refining realm. Now, his combat strength had become extremely terrifying. Originally, he could increase his combat strength by 8 times with the ancient emperor divine technique, but now it could increase to 15 times. In addition, he cultivated 5 attributes at the same time, so his combat strength had increased to more than 20 times. With his current strength, even if he fought against a high-level celestial venerable, he would still be invincible. Coupled with other trump cards, he could completely kill them with a single thought. At the same time, his physical defense had also improved by several levels, and he was directly immune to attacks below the divine tool level. His recovery ability was also abnormal. As long as his dantian was not destroyed, his sea of consciousness was not destroyed, and his heart was not destroyed, he could recover from any internal or external injuries in a short period of time. This time, Ling Xiao's harvest was really greater than any other time. "It's time to go out," Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. In fact, with his current state, he could completely concentrate on comprehending his own Tao to break through to the celestial venerable level. After all, the energy in his body was still abundant, but he didn't want to break through to the celestial venerable level so quickly, because he still wanted to obtain the title of the first sovereign. If he broke through to the celestial venerable level during this time, then his place would be considered invalid. Ling Xiao stood up and restrained his aura. His skin and hair returned to their original color at the same time. Although his golden body was quite cool, Ling Xiao didn't want to be too ostentatious, so it was better to keep his original appearance. However, no matter how his color was, his temperament had increased several times, and his charm index had also increased several times. When Ling Xiao left, he walked in front of the Zhan Wangye's body. As expected of the Zhan Wangye who cultivated the ancient sovereign divine technique to the highest realm. This body has reached a state where nothing can invade it, and it has actually remained intact for 100,000 years. Truly amazing. Ling Xiao looked at the Zhan Wangye's body and clicked his tongue. After a pause, he slightly cupped his hands towards the Zhan Wangye and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your gift." If the Zhan Wangye was reborn and heard Ling Xiao's words, it was likely that he would jump out and fight to the death with Ling Xiao. He really was a guy who was showing off after obtaining Ping Yi. Ling Xiao put away all the top-grade pearls in the cave mansion and then took out the golden dragon spear. Yang Kai carefully examined the spear shaft carved with a dragon's body, looking at the simple and mysterious patterns on it, and softly praised, "What an excellent peak saint artifact." Then, he gently wiped the tip of the spear with one hand, causing a puddle of golden blood to flow out of his palm and drip onto the spearhead. Roar! Suddenly, a magnificent golden light bloomed, and a giant golden dragon soared into the sky, causing the cave mansion to shake continuously. The golden dragon roared, and all beasts were startled. In the future, you will accompany me to conquer the Central Territory and show our might. Ling Xiao raised the spear and said proudly. The golden dragon spear seemed to be able to understand Ling Xiao's words, and actually issued a buzzing sound. The golden dragon was even more agile and roaring, making it look extraordinary. Ha, good, dragon spear, break for me. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand fiercely slammed into the cave mansion. A golden dragon fiercely slammed into the cave mansion, revealing a hole in it. At this moment, the cave mansion also began to collapse. On the flat land where the mountain had disappeared, the ground began to shake. Immediately after, a golden dragon broke out of the ground, and a human figure descended on the dragon. It was as if he was the son of the dragon, causing everyone to feel extremely dazzled. Chapter 638. Ling Xiao broke out of the hole and took a deep breath of the desolate air. He felt refreshed. He twisted his neck and smiled. There are still 2 more months before the 1-year period ends. Time really flies. I need to find some more Emperor pills. I can't lose the position of champion. Although Ling Xiao had obtained more Emperor pills in 2 places, who could be sure that others did not obtain more than him? Therefore, he needed to find other Emperor pills as soon as possible to prevent the position of champion from being handed over to someone else. There are soul power fluctuations 15,000 meters away from here. Let's go there. Ling Xiao looked around and raised his eyebrows. Then, he flew up. Now, his spiritual senses and speed were many times stronger than before. Before long, Ling Xiao arrived at a place where resentful spirits gathered. In a corner, Ling Xiao discovered the presence of 3 Emperor pills. His face lit up with joy as he immediately headed towards the location of the Emperor pills. Those resentful spirits raised their weapons and charged towards Ling Xiao. They were all heavenly venerables. Although they were weaker than real heavenly venerables, their attacks were not something that ordinary people could withstand. In the face of these vengeful spirits, Ling Xiao treated them like they were nothing. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Get the hell out of my way. Ling Xiao shouted, and the blue flames immediately surged. Some of the resentful spirits closest to him were immediately burned to ashes. Many of them immediately felt fear and did not dare to approach Ling Xiao. Instead, they hid far away. Ling Xiao smiled. At least you know what's good for you. Then, he waved his hand and the 3 Emperor pills were sucked into his hand. Ling Xiao was not interested in dealing with these resentful spirits. After keeping the Emperor pills, he immediately went to the next location. For 10 days, Ling Xiao obtained a total of dozens of Emperor pills in several different places. This number disappointed Ling Xiao. Compared to the previous 2 places, his harvest was indeed a little less. But if others were to find out about this, they would probably kill themselves with a piece of tofu. After all, it was quite difficult for them to deal with these resentful spirits. Even if they found Emperor pills, they might not be able to get them. It was already very lucky to get a dozen in a month. Yet, Ling Xiao found so many in just 10 days. Yet, he actually despised them. This was really a blow to their confidence. On this day, Ling Xiao sensed a powerful soul power in the north. He was sure that it was a half-step Emperor rank remnant soul. In the past, Ling Xiao would not dare to fight with such remnant souls. If his soul power did not injure them, he would be the one to die. But now, his strength had improved greatly while his spiritual energy was inexhaustible, so it wasn't so difficult for him to deal with and absorb the soul of a quasi-emperor. However, when Ling Xiao was about to reach the place, he discovered that the remnant soul's aura had actually weakened. At the same time, he realized that someone was fighting with the remnant soul. Ling Xiao flew to that place and discovered that there were 10 Earth Emperor dressed in black martial robes fighting with the vengeful spirits. No, they weren't fighting. It should be said that they were using spiritual tools to absorb resentful spirits. The 10 of them were the Earth Kings from the Black Demon sect. They were holding the spirit convening lamp, which was specially used to absorb resentful souls. No wonder they were fearless among these vengeful spirits. It was the devil's son of the Black Demon sect that was fighting the remnant soul of the half-step sovereign. He wore a set of black armor, and his entire body was emitting a dense black mist. In one hand, he held a blood-red broadsword, and in the other, a black shield with the face of a ghost. He actually gained the upper hand in the battle against the remnant soul of the Quasi-the-Arch by relying on this set of equipment. Ling Xiao noticed that the weapon in the devil's son's hand was definitely a half-step sacred artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for the devil's son to challenge the remnant soul of a half-step emperor with his strength. The Black Demon sect? This is the force established by me, Cruel Leopard. Since we've met, I'll give them a big gift in advance. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Although Ling Xiao had no grievances with the Black Demon sect so far, the Black Demon sect was established by his servants, Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth. Now, it belonged to someone else. As the master, he naturally had the obligation to do something for them. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of here. An Earth King of the Black Demon sect flew in front of Ling Xiao and threatened him. Then, he seemed to think of something and said, "Hand over the space ring before you get out of here." Ling Xiao really didn't expect that they would come to his door before he could do anything. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Are you trying to rob me? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Don't you know that we're from the Black Demon sect? Hand over the space ring." The Earth King shouted with a gloomy face. Then, he actually grabbed Ling Xiao's hand that was holding the space ring. It seemed that he wanted to rob it. Just as the Earth King of the Black Demon sect was about to grab Ling Xiao's hand, Ling Xiao was one step ahead and grabbed the man's hand. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect was slightly stunned. He wanted to pull his hand back, but he found that the opponent's hand was very strong. So, without thinking, he kicked toward Ling Xiao's crotch. This kick contained his most powerful attack, and a strong corrosive attribute was emitted. Ling Xiao sneered and gently twisted the hand that was grabbing the Earth King of the Black Demon sect. Crack! Ah! Before the man could kick Ling Xiao, his arm was abruptly twisted by Ling Xiao, and he let out a scream. This sound immediately attracted the attention of the other people of the Black Demon sect, and the Devil's Son coincidentally blasted away the remnant soul of the half-step emperor. Who dares to attack the Black Demon sect? The Devil's Son said with a cold smile. He led the other 8 people to surround Ling Xiao. My hand is broken, I'm going to kill you. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect shouted ferociously, and a short blade shot out from the sleeve of his other hand. This short blade was fast and swift, and it went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. As the distance between Ling Xiao and the opponent was too close, and Ling Xiao did not expect this guy to have the universe in his sleeve, the short blade pierced Ling Xiao's throat. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect thought that Ling Xiao would die after being shot by the short blade, and said coldly, "I gave you a way to live, but you didn't want it. You just had to fight against the people of the Black Demon sect, you really don't know what's good for you." Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the short blade that was stuck in Ling Xiao's throat fell. It turned out that Ling Xiao had used his chin to clamp the short blade. Of course, the short blade had indeed pierced his throat, but it could not pierce through Ling Xiao's throat. Who doesn't know what's good for him? Ling Xiao said faintly, and his dragon eyes shot a fierce light. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect felt a chill in his heart, as if a peerless dragon was pouncing on him. Bang! Ling Xiao punched the man's face without any fancy moves. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect's nose was bleeding, and he screamed in pain. How dare you! It's fine to offend the medicine sect, but you dare to offend the Black Demon sect as well. I don't know where you got the courage to challenge us. The Devil's Son said with a faint smile on his devilish handsome face, as if he was not angry at his own people being beaten. Is the Black Demon sect that powerful? Ling Xiao casually let go of the Earth King of the Black Demon sect, who had been punched by him. I'm going to kill you. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect was humiliated by his opponent, and he immediately shouted, intending to attack Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his head, and his consciousness became blank. Bang! His head instantly burst like a watermelon, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. It was very disgusting. The Devil's Son and the people of the Black Demon sect around him stiffened. They did not expect that their companion, who was perfectly fine just a moment ago, would suddenly die. Of course, they knew that the person in front of them had something to do with it. Cripple him, but don't let him die too quickly. I want to pull out his soul, and then slowly torture him to death. The Devil's Son said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people of the Black Demon sect immediately released a powerful aura, locking Ling Xiao in the middle. At the same time, one of them held a sickle and rushed towards Ling Xiao to kill. Just in time, let me use you to test the power of my Tyrant Dragon Spear technique. Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he showed a look of excitement. When the person came in front of Ling Xiao, a golden spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. With the appearance of the spear, the shadow of a golden dragon soared into the sky, and the dragon's roar shocked all directions. What a powerful spiritual weapon. No, is this a sacred weapon? The calm Devil's Son looked at the mighty and huge shadow of the dragon and murmured. The person who was rushing towards Ling Xiao was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the dragon. Just as he was lost in thought, the golden dragon spear had already pierced towards him. Puff! A simple move, without any hindrance, pierced through the person's body. Let's attack together and kill him. The Devil's Son immediately ordered. He stared at Ling Xiao's golden spear and thought to himself, is there another golden dragon spear like the Gu family? That's impossible, right? The remaining 7 people of the Black Demon sect attacked together, and a series of black attack waves covered Ling Xiao. All of them were peak earthly emperors, and they were much stronger than those of the same level. They all had 7th grade spiritual weapons in their hands, and their attacks could seriously injure or kill a low-level heavenly venerable on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was surrounded in the middle, did not use his speed to escape these attacks like before. Instead, he slowly spun the golden dragon spear, and the metal attribute spiritual energy in his body surged out. The golden dragon spear shone even brighter, and the golden dragon became more solid. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique's first move, Tyrant Dragon's Descent. Ling Xiao roared and waved the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon above him seemed to come to life, and with a loud dragon roar, its huge body spun down like a real dragon descending into the world, shocking and terrifying. The hearts of the Devil Child and the other 7 were shaken, and a chill ran through their bodies. In front of this 100-meter-long dragon, they were like lowly ants. Run, all of you. The black shield in the Devil's Son's hand emitted a demonic light, and he regained his clarity. He immediately shouted at his people, and without hesitation, he turned and ran. Rumble. Chapter 639. The golden dragon continued to wreak havoc in the sky like a giant. Bursts of terrifying vibrations made people's eardrums hurt. The clouds in the surroundings were crushed by the dragon's body and turned into smoke. Only beams of golden light continued to fall. The ground below was smashed into terrible deep pits, and stone chips flew everywhere. After a long time, when everything had calmed down, a figure holding a golden dragon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was cold, and his appearance was indescribably mighty. Ling Xiao looked around at the people of the Black Demon sect who had already disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "It's worthy of being a brown-level Xian skill. It lives up to its name of tyrannical dragon." One move was enough to destroy them, and not even their dregs were left. It's even better than the first 3 moves of the Sword Tyrant spell. Unfortunately, there's still one fish that slipped through the net. Why did Ling Xiao suddenly use the tyrannical dragon spear technique? In fact, the tyrannical dragon spear technique was the spear technique that the Zhan Wangye had relied on to become famous during his lifetime. It had already reached the brown level, which was a saint-level Xian skill. Its power could be said to be terrifying. Ling Xiao had absorbed the Zhan Wangye's soul power, and had also absorbed most of the Zhan Wangye's memories. The Zhan Wangye was worthy of being a king of the Kim people's dynasty. He was proficient in all kinds of high-level Xian skills during his lifetime. Moreover, he cultivated Tenbin, which made him a top-notch existence in the Kim people's dynasty. His fighting strength was extraordinary. Ling Xiao had obtained his memories. It was as if he had obtained a martial arts treasure house. There were several terrifying Xian skills. They were extremely rare even in the ancient times, and they were the top martial arts in the central region today. Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant souls of the two quasi-sovereigns. There were many high-level Xian skills in their memories. This was undoubtedly another kind of inheritance for Ling Xiao. If he wanted to establish a force, he needed a deep foundation, and these inherited memories were Ling Xiao's own foundation. In the future, he would rely on these memories to forge his force into the most elite existence. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor's divine technique was no longer what it used to be, and he even had the golden dragon spear in his possession. Of course, he would not foolishly send the golden dragon spear back to the Gu family. He had saved Gu Xiaohe several times previously because he wanted to find out if the ancient emperor's divine technique originated from the Gu family. He wanted to see if there was a chance for him to obtain the real ancient emperor's divine technique. Now, there was no need for him to look for the Gu clan. After all, the Gu clan was also cultivating a fake ancient emperor divine arts. As for the tyrant dragon spear art, it was something that Ling Xiao had cultivated while cultivating the ancient emperor divine technique. Although he had a lot of profound skills that he could use now, following the increase in his strength, those profound skills could no longer satisfy him. Now that there were better profound skills, he naturally absorbed and used them to his heart's content. One had to know that he was extremely obsessed with all kinds of martial arts in his previous life and this life. Just now, Ling Xiao had killed the 7 peak Earth Emperors of the Black Demon sect in one move, which made him feel very satisfied. However, the Devil's Son had seen the opportunity early and escaped quickly, so he did not manage to kill him. Ling Xiao had tested out the true power of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art and was very satisfied with how terrifying it was. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were no more imperial elixirs here. It must have been taken away by the Devil's Son. He did not stay and immediately rushed to other places to look for imperial elixirs. 3 days later, in a broken cliff, a young man holding a spear staggered and knelt on the edge of the broken cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The young man's clothes had become extremely messy and sloppy, and there were many scars on his body. His scattered hair covered his pale face. He gritted his teeth, endured his injuries, and flew to the bottom of the broken cliff. Then, he opened a hole in the cliff wall and immediately went in, then sealed the hole. After doing all this, he completely concealed his aura, then took out a few healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth, entering a state of recovery. Upon closer inspection, this young man was actually Ling Xiao's little brother, Yi Yunfeng. He looked like he had been seriously injured and urgently needed quiet time to recuperate. When he first entered the abyss of war, Yi Yunfeng was just a high-level Earth Emperor. Now that almost a year had passed, he had actually reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. Obviously, he must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. One had to know that it was not that easy for a person to reach the peak of the Earth Emperor realm from a high-level Earth Emperor without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Moreover, in this place where spiritual energy was extremely scarce, it was even more impossible to advance so quickly. While Yi Yunfeng was recuperating, there was a group of people not far from the broken cliff looking for something. They looked very angry. There were a total of 35 people in this group, and they were basically all high-level Earth Emperors. The person in the lead was the same as Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng, and the others. He was one of the top 10 in the Blue Sun City minor competition, Tuoba Yuan. His current team was no longer just a dozen people. During this period of time, he encountered two teams that had fought. In the end, he killed the leaders of the two teams and some of the people who did not obey, and gathered the people who surrendered together. Tuoba Yuan, who was the most powerful, had become their leader. The others did not dare to have any complaints. Tuoba Yuan strode forward with a dignified expression. He frowned slightly and said to Gu Mingzhu, who was beside him, "Mingzhu, take out the blood-flying insect." The beautiful woman behind him nodded and said, "All right." Following that, a winged insect the size of a palm appeared in Gu Mingzhu's hand. This insect looked very ugly. Its nose was very thick, and its mouth was very sharp. The "g-g" sound it made was ear-piercing and uncomfortable. The blood-flying insect was a third-rank spirit beast that liked to feast on human blood. It carried a strong poison, and if a person below the king rank was bitten by it, they would die within a quarter of an hour if they didn't have an antidote pill. The blood-flying insect had another special characteristic, and that was that it was especially sensitive to human blood. Generally, the smell of blood within a few thousand meters would not escape its nose. Its nose was not much weaker than the celestial hound beasts. Gu Mingzhu gently tossed the blood-flying insect into the air and shouted, "Go!" "G-g." The blood-flying insect circled above everyone's heads as if it was looking for a direction. After a while, it suddenly flew in a certain direction. Tuoba Yuan revealed a slightly angry expression and muttered, "Let's see how you're going to run now. You actually dare to look down on me, Tuoba Yuan? You're simply courting death." He then took the lead and chased after the blood-flying insect. The others also chased after him. Only the other beautiful figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end, she also followed. Yi Yunfeng, who was in the middle of healing, immediately sensed a large group of people rushing in his direction. He stopped healing and rushed out of the cave without thinking. He had already concealed all his aura. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to find him easily. He didn't expect that the other party would still chase after him. "Yi Yunfeng, you can't escape. Why waste your energy?" Tuoba Yuan's cold voice rang out behind Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's heart had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. He had only recovered 50% of his injuries. How could he escape from Tuoba Yuan and the others? Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth and stopped in his tracks. He summoned the earth yellow lion and held the spear horizontally in front of him as he roared, "Come! I won't let anyone who dares to take my life get away with it." Yi Yunfeng was already prepared to fight to the death. His aura reached its peak. At the same time, a golden shield appeared in his hand. This golden shield emitted a powerful aura. Rays of light flowed around Yi Yunfeng. The golden light flickered continuously, and the shadow of a heavily armored beast swayed continuously. It was extremely dazzling. This was a defensive shield that had reached the level of a half-step sage artifact. "Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Wu Ling, Wei Lin, you two killed him. He's already severely injured now. The two of you are enough to kill him," Tuoba Yuan said coldly. Originally, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to chase after Yi Yunfeng. However, an incident 3 days ago had infuriated Tuoba Yuan. 3 days ago, they had discovered a domain with many resentful spirits. Usually, there would be the arch elixirs in such a domain. Hence, they had rushed over to search for them. Unexpectedly, there was a remnant soul of a half-stepped arch. However, the remnant soul was in an extremely weak state. It was obvious that its soul power was about to dissipate. Furthermore, there were dozens of the arch elixirs and a half-step sage artifact shield in front of the remnant soul. With the arch elixirs and half-step sage artifacts, Tuoba Yuan and the others naturally wouldn't let go of such good things. Furthermore, the remnant soul of a half-stepped arch was about to die, which made them even more delighted. Just as Tuoba Yuan and the others were about to disperse the remnant soul of a half-step sage artifact, Yi Yunfeng suddenly appeared. He had only sensed an aura fluctuation here, so he had rushed over to take a look. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge Tuoba Yuan and the others alone. Who knew that the remnant soul of a half-stepped arch would actually grab all the arch elixirs and golden shield at the last moment and pounce towards Yi Yunfeng? That remnant soul actually burrowed into Yi Yunfeng's consciousness in an instant, and the arch elixirs and golden shield all landed in front of him. Yi Yunfeng thought that the remnant soul was going to devour his soul and take over his body. Who knew that the remnant soul actually didn't do anything? As for the arch elixirs and golden shield that came to him, he didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yunfeng and Tuoba Yuan became enemies. In the end, he had to face the continuous pursuit of Tuoba Yuan and the others. However, Yi Yunfeng also had other fortuitous encounters during this period of time. His strength had improved greatly, and his battle prowess had also become much stronger. Therefore, when faced with the pursuit of Tuoba Yuan and the others, he was still able to kill 3 people and escape. However, he had also paid a huge price. Now, he had no way of escaping anymore. Even if he handed over everything, Tuoba Yuan wouldn't let him off. Wu Ling and Wei Lin were both peak earthly sovereigns. Their protective spirit beasts were the red-patterned leopard and the green-eyed flying bird, which were both advanced 5th-grade spirit beasts. Come on, even if I, Yi Yunfeng, die, I will drag you 2 down with me. Yi Yunfeng's spear shook and his entire body shot out. The spear emitted a dazzling radiance in midair. Originally, Yi Yunfeng had the wind shoes that Ling Xiao had given him, so his speed was 2 or 3 times faster than an ordinary earthly sovereign. Unfortunately, he was severely injured, so the wind shoes only allowed him to maintain his normal speed. There was no advantage to speak of. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.